Hello? Did that fix it? Excellent connection. Okay. All right. It looks like that fixed it. Okay. Uh all right. And it's not laggy. Yeah, on my end it looks pixelated, but that might be because I'm running both OBS and the stream at the same time. So I was wondering if like I knew it wasn't lagging, it was more the pixelation. Thank you for all the happy birthdays. Thank you. All right, yeah. If you want to contact me for any business purposes, you either go to my business email, which is on my YouTube page, or you can DM me in Twitter. All right, it's not pixelated for anybody. Okay, so I'm just here to chill. Let me see if I can. OBS updated since I last streamed, and I'm not sure how some of this stuff looks really weird. Like I want to get the chat, not that. I want to get the chat on screen. But I'm honestly not sure where it is. Okay, hold on. Let me try this. Okay, well, I'll just leave it here for now. Hello, everybody. Hello. So I'm just pretty much chilling right now. I figured I'd play some Power Wash Simulator. Not that one though. So I played this on stream before, and I got through a couple levels. Since then, I have pretty much beaten the whole game, and I've played every level except the gnome fountain. So I'm going to do that. And then, yes. And then we shall continue. Hopefully the stream doesn't die on me again. So this game, wait, hold on. Why is the chat from last stream? Why is the chat from last stream up there? Okay, well, I guess today's stream is gonna be me fixing my my OBS. Cause like I said, it updated since I last streamed, and everything looks very unfamiliar to me. Like I was already new to stream elements, so I finally figured out like the basics of stream elements, and now it's weird. Okay, so this is the last chat. So so yeah, I'm super new to stream elements, and I'm trying to figure it out. Before it would just connect to the correct chat, but now it doesn't want to do that. Lovely. The professional YouTuber, Shady Doorags. If I sound a little out of it, that's because I'm somewhat tired. I finished editing a video today. There'll be a new video up sometime tomorrow. Take this time to ask any questions while I'm trying to figure this out. And I will answer them as I can. Another YouTuber I watched just turned 30. Well, I just turned 31, so... And if a YouTuber I watch suddenly live streams right now, I'm gonna be upset. Because I'm gonna miss their stream. Let's see here. I'm gonna try opening up stream elements. That might make the stream laggy though. Yeah, okay. Okay, opening up stream elements opens up OBS for some reason. Did you have a good birthday? Well, I basically worked all day, so I got stuff done. Depends on what you mean by a good birthday. Like I have a very relaxing life, but when it's time to work, it's just, you know, it's time to work. It just so happens that I usually tend to work like every year on my birthday. Question, thoughts on Twitch banning gambling? Did you see their post on Twitter? If not, I take a look. Seems interesting. I didn't know Twitch banned gambling. I would imagine that would be a move to make because Twitch is very well known for having kids on there. And that's generally not an environment you want kids to be in. Let's try this. See what this does. Can I move this up? Ah, there we go. Okay. All right. Yay! I think I figured it out. Who are your favorite Disney villains? The Disney Renaissance villains. Jafar, Scar. I love Hopper if you want to count Pixar villains. Hopper is probably one of my all-time favorites. You ever get collector's anxiety? What is that? All right, so that's done. Make sure I'm caught up with chat. All right. So last time I played this, like I rewatched the stream and I was doing this a lot, like, and I do that because it's fun and it's effective. But man, does that look disorienting for you guys? So I'll try to do that a lot less. Do you think a possible death for both Lucky and Luann coinciding with their VA's death would play into Bobby, or his parents adopting Gracie? I don't know if I would like that happening. I think it would be better to, because yes, I know how important it is to get original voice actors for cartoon characters. Like it's very important. You know, when they die, that's pretty much impossible. So, but I think it's better to try to get a replacement. It's not dishonorable to do that to get replacements. It's I see it more as passing on a legacy. Oh, this shouldn't take that much time. It's interesting that they don't let you use your best equipment. Like, I can only have the Urban X2. It's like, I earned that equipment, yet let me use it. I guess they figured it would be too easy. Some things would be too easy. But that was the point. That's why I bought the equipment, to make it easier. How's the audio on the game? Everything sound good? Quick reminder to everyone, I am paying attention to chat. I am looking at it. If I miss what you said, that happens. If you want to guarantee that I read what you say, super chats are available. I prioritize super chats. Love your take. I was pressure washing the sidewalk at work yesterday, and it's so relaxing. I might buy and do a little side hustle myself. See, I don't know if I could do this for real. Joe Swanson, thank you so much. Happy birthday. Thanks, you too. And that's when you facepalm yourself. You know what's funny is, I was talking to my friend the other day, and they were like, I was like, hey, September 20th is my birthday. And they're like, what? No way. September 20th is my unbirthday. So I have to wonder, how many people in chats is today's y'all unbirthday? Like, it can't be that many, right? That'd be a huge... It can't even be more than one. Like, one, maybe. But if it's like more than one of y'all's unbirthday is today, that would just be an insane coincidence. Anybody's unbirthday today? Thoughts on Spider-Man No Way Home? I think it's overrated. And I love Spider-Man. He's my favorite fictional character of all time. But No Way Home, I think, just did the exact same thing that Spider-Verse did. Only Spider-Verse did it better. The only thing No Way Home had on Spider-Verse was that it had bigger actors. But the story was nowhere near as good as Spider-Verse. What? It's some people's birthday. Brybone, thank you very much. Happy birthday, dog. Buy yourself a beer. Well, I don't drink, but thank you very much. This is the joke where I'd say, well, maybe I'll buy myself a root beer, but I also hate root beer. I don't drink. I don't even drink root beer. How un-American am I? I do have a big thing of Coca-Cola sitting in the fridge. Gonna spoil myself tonight. I'm trying to drink less and less soda. I was doing well, and then I went on vacation. And I'm trying to get back off it, but too many special occasions. I can't believe it's people's birthday today. Just wow. What are the odds? Do they have the extenders? Yeah, I have all the extenders. Okay. Okay, I can already tell these gnomes are going to be the bane of my existence. Buy yourself a good old Mountain Dew. Will do. Oh, I'm so hilarious. All right, where am I not getting spots? Up here. Buy a beer and do it for Hank. Why? What has Hank ever done for me? Least fave cartoon growing up. The Problem Solvers annoyed me very much when it first aired. But I don't know if that's counting growing up, because I was pretty much at college by that point. Specifically a cartoon. Because there were some popular shows that I didn't like Sesame Street I didn't like. I actually detested Sesame Street. Nothing wrong with it objectively, it just didn't cater to my taste as a kid. Least favorite cartoon? Like something that came on and I just hated. I mean, I wasn't a big Looney Tunes fan when I was really young, but I got over that. My brain's not letting me remember the stuff I hated when it comes to cartoons. I'll think on that. He taught us important life lessons. Hank might have taught y'all important life lessons. My dad taught me important life lessons. Hank just regurgitated those lessons. I found your channel recently and makes me very happy watching your content. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that, because I know when I make certain content, like I've been cleaning this gnome for a hot minute. I know when I make certain content like the capitalism stuff, I know that can be contrarian and divisive, and it can annoy people. You know, and I want to say my opinion, but I don't like the fact that my opinion annoys people, but you know, I'm not going to censor myself just because of that. But I am glad that despite me having divisive videos, like people still enjoy them. Thoughts on Chowder? It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Okay, so Chowder I think is a bit overhyped. I'm fine with it being overhyped, but I think people love it a bit too much, and I think the reason they love it so much is because it was one of the best cartoons of its time. During its time, there weren't that many good cartoons out. So during that time, something as quality as Chowder, a lot of people watched and had fun with. But I'm perfectly fine with it being overhyped, because I like Chowder. It's funny. It's very hilarious. My favorite joke from it is when they're in what's his name? Schnitzel is working for Endive, and Mung and Chowder are trying to kidnap him back, and Endive finds them. And Mung begs on the door and says, "Help, help, she's gonna sit on us." I died when I first saw that. That and the what's it called? The Schnitzel Bread House or something like that. Where it says, "Nothing can go wrong." And then it breaks. Oh no, it all went wrong. Why can I not clean this freaking gnome? I don't like the show dirt button. That's cheating. And the problem with like green marble is, wait, is this? This is part of the gnome. Oh, that's why. The vase part is part of the gnome. I didn't know that. How about the misadventures of Flapjack? I had so much fun with Flapjack. I had so much fun with Flapjack. Me and my brothers. I recently rewatched the well episode with Flapjack. There was something about that episode that made me and my brothers die of laughter. But I recently rewatched it and I couldn't find what it was. Like, me and my brothers loved when the well episode came on, when Flapjack goes down a well to look for money so they could buy candy, and then he winds up getting adopted by a rich lady. There was something about that episode that just made me and my brothers lose it, but rewatching it, I could not find what it was. Thoughts on Keemstar? I have no thoughts on Keemstar. I know you want me to make a joke. I used to have thoughts on Keemstar, but I haven't really been following him for a hot minute now. Flapjack was scary to me. Yes, yes. I don't blame any little kid who got scared. I don't blame any adult who gets scared by Flapjack. Like, its art style is meant to be unsettling. Flapjack was highly underrated. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say that. You know, it wasn't the greatest show of all time, but I liked it. At the very least, it was funny. It definitely had its funny moments. It was terrifying, though. That episode with that comedian, man, he was terrifying. Total Drama, I absolutely love Total Drama. Well, I love past tense. All the way up to World Tour. I love Total Drama World Tour. I couldn't believe, like, when you watch the Total Drama Island, that show makes you absolutely hate Heather, and you just detest her. And then by the time you get to the end of Action, it's not impossible that she's that you're rooting for her. Like, Total Drama Action turned Heather into my favorite character. And also, I absolutely love the songs. I'm a sucker for music. If something has pop songs, yeah, I'm that kind of millennial. Ben 10 was also an awesome cartoon. Which one? Man, I had to... I went to look up some images for Ben 10 for a video I was doing, which I didn't even wind up using those images. I was like, yeah, I just need a shot of the original Ben and the original Gwen. And you type in Ben 10 on Google, and it gives you all these different versions of Ben. And I'm like, I need the original. What did you think of Johnny Bravo? I still love Johnny Bravo. To this day, I love Johnny Bravo. Johnny Bravo, there are some things I quote all the time. Johnny Bravo is one of them. The episode with the green boots, when he was the green boot superhero, I quote that episode all the time. When he's about to leave the space station, he says, "You guys take care. I'm just going to head out." And he's about to press a button. And the guy says, "No, don't press that button." And he looks at him and says, "Oh, no, I got to." I quote that all the time. Johnny Bravo is freaking hilarious. Thoughts on The Amazing World of Gumball? That show is my childhood. You're younger than me. Brian Bone Official, thank you very much. No question, I just want to support one of the GOATs of YouTube. LOL. Have a great day. G. Thank you very much. I feel honored that you would call me a GOAT. Like, you know, you think of the GOATs, you think of like the big millions, the one with the millions of subscribers, or even in just this corner of YouTube about cartoon reviewers. You know, you might think of like Rebel Taxi or Saber Spark. So, it's an honor to be called a GOAT. That someone would think me as a GOAT on YouTube. I was answering something. Oh, The Amazing World of Gumball. Yeah, somebody said that was their childhood. It was not my childhood. Gumball came out when I was entering college. And the thing about it was, like, the late 2000s was a horrible time for Cartoon Network. So I kind of fell out of Cartoon Network specifically. Like, I didn't fall out of cartoons. I fell out of Cartoon Network. Gumball looked really dumb to me, and so did Steven Universe. So I was like, yeah, I'm not going to watch those. And then the internet was like, haha, you missed out. What did you think of the ending of Beastars? I personally didn't feel satisfied. Did another season come out? Because I've only seen up to season 2. Alex Kyries, thank you very much. Thoughts on new Futurama in this climate? In this climate, I mean, Futurama, I want to say as long as they don't make it political, it should be fine. But, Futurama has had political moments. It's had plenty of political moments, so... If the same writing, I don't know if the same writing team is doing it. If the same writing team was doing it, I would have confidence. Because the original writing team of Futurama was hilarious. But I don't know if I don't even know how long that writing team lasted on the original Futurama. It's just like everything in mainstream media now, and I talk about this in the video that's going to come out tomorrow. So much of mainstream media now just has to be political, and that just ruins a lot of when you're just trying to watch. You're just trying to watch something for the fun of it. Yo, what are your thoughts on Attack on Titan? I've only seen the first season of Attack on Titan. I want to get back into anime. I really do. I miss anime. I've told this story before. I told this story plenty of times on the channel, but I fell out of anime because I watched 3 anime in a row that had massive filler, and all 3 of them annoyed me, and it just threw me off of anime completely. Those 3 anime it was Naruto Shippuden. It was during the Great Ninja War, and they had so much filler during the Great Ninja War. It was One Piece with the Dressrosa arc. That angered me so much, the Dressrosa arc. And it was not a very popular anime, but it was one I was watching at the time. It was called Hitman. I think it's Hitman Reborn or something like that. But it has so much filler and such annoying characters. All 3 of those I watched. I hit filler arcs in all 3 of those at the same time, and I just completely fell out of anime because of that. I want to get back into it, and a surefire way to get me back into into anime is if Crunchyroll would just release all the episodes of Detective Conan, because Detective Conan is my all-time favorite anime. But Crunchyroll, despite being owned by Funimation, who I believe has the rights to the English dub of Detective Conan, despite that, they only have like the first 100 episodes, and then they skip to episode like 750. So if they released all the episodes of Detective Conan, that could easily get me back into anime, because I love Detective Conan. No way, you watch One Piece? You watched the Wano arc, right? I stopped watching One Piece after Dressrosa because it angered me because of all the filler. Like, Dressrosa is atrocious with the filler. I would probably go and rewatch One Piece because, man, the original, like, before the big thing with Ace. Brybone Official, thank you very much. Here's your motivation to watch Attack on Titan. LOL, much love. Yeah, that's a good motivation. That's a good motivation right there. I remember somebody donated some money because they wanted me to try out a specific game, and I went and I bought that game as soon as they did, because I was like, yeah, that's a good way to motivate me. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I would have to rewatch One Piece, and One Piece is so good before the big thing with Ace. The big thing with Ace ticked me off. But before that, it's just so good. Like, I rewatched the scene with my favorite scene in all of One Piece, is when Arlong betrays Nami. And she gets so emotionally distraught that she picks up the knife and she starts, I don't know if YouTube will let me say what she starts doing, but she starts doing that thing that she does. And she gets so desperate that she finally has to admit she needs help from Luffy. And it's, I love it. That's, to me, in my mind, still like just one of the best emotional moments in all of anime. But yeah, I won't knock One Piece. It's just I personally got tired of it because of the filler. And Dressrosa specifically. I will knock what happened with Ace. I think that whole debacle was extremely annoying. What happened with Ace, and certain things that happened after Ace came along, I was like, wow, this is actually bad storytelling. But yeah, before the Ace thing, One Piece is just freaking amazing. You ever play Visceral Cleanup Detail? It's kind of like this, but you clean up after the game happened. No, I have not. I want to get into indie games more. That's something I'm doing casually. But I got to get the channel back up because I slowed down on the channel because I took a bunch of trips this year, and also earlier this year I was having a hard time writing scripts. So a lot of the content on the channel really slowed down. So I'm trying to get the content on the channel to get back up to where it needs to be. You like Beavis and Butthead? I'm sure you know this, but it is another Mike Judge cartoon like King of the Hill. Hold on, ow, sorry. That probably hurt some of y'all ears. I just hit my microphone. I'm trying to get my ow. Just did it again. I'm trying to get my keyboard wrist pillow. Sorry, because when I play this game, I tend to press down on my wrist a lot more than I'm used to doing. A really good indie game to play is Shovel Knight. Yeah, I've seen Shovel Knight. I'm trying to get back into gaming in general. Again, I've said this before on the stream, but I really want to get back. I really want to get into indie gaming because I've seen some amazing games out there, and I just wish I had recorded my original reaction to them. Games like Before Your Eyes, and There Is No Game. Games like those, like I'm like, wow, these are genuine works of art. And I just wish I could show the world how I felt the moment I saw them. And then it dawned on me, hey, you've got a YouTube channel, you know. Thank you all. Thank you for the happy birthdays. Can you die in this game? No, this game is just cleaning. There is a story behind it, and the story is actually really interesting. I think MadPat said he was going to do another video on this because he did one video before the story had finished, and then I think he said he was going to do another one when he streamed this with Markiplier. I'm not sure. I might be misremembering that. Have you played through the Half-Life series? No. I've seen people play through Half-Life, but I have not. Did you watch Symbiotic Titan? No. If so, did you enjoy it, and what are some of your thoughts on it? I did not watch it. Do you wish it got to season 2? If you haven't watched it, please go watch it. Series that I'm in the middle of right now is Star Wars Clone Wars, which I'm moving very slowly. I'm watching what's it called? Designated Survivor. But I don't know if I'm going to last through that series because it keeps annoying me. Like, it started off really, really good, but it keeps doing things that annoys me. I'm in the middle of Squid Games as well. I'm planning on finishing Squid Games tomorrow. I'm watching it with someone, so I can't just sit down and binge it. I think what makes Squid Game so good is episode 2. Because that's kind of, episode 2 is kind of what separates it from like Hunger Games. It's just the fact that they have a choice. Although the last episode that I saw, with Squid Games was the fifth game, and I didn't. I love the game, but I think some of the story is ruined by some of the new elements they introduced. Thank you for the happy birthdays. Thank you. I made it another year. One more year. One more year. One more super duper year. Primal is good animated adult. Yeah, people have been telling me to watch Primal. I just got through that series with Blitzo. Yo, who is that in my chat? Spamming bags of money. Hold on, I gotta ban this person right quick. Just somebody just spamming stuff in my chat. What's up, Tariq? How you doing? Yeah, I just saw that that show. I don't like to say the title, but the one with Blitzo and Moxie and Millie. I just finished watching that. And I just finished writing. I actually am planning on doing a video on that. I have a script for it, a rough draft script. I don't really like it, so I'm gonna have to go over it with a comb. Oh, you're Virgo. No, I'm Shady. Shady Doorags. Getting banned for the money bags. Yeah, we don't spam that stuff here. You might encourage people to donate. What's the matter with you? Yes, Kevin, that show. I just don't like saying the title because I don't, everybody knows I don't like swearing. Which is technically not a swear. Like, I actually do say that word from time to time. It's just, I usually say it when I'm talking about the place. If you're looking for indie games, Inscription seems really good and has amazing mod support. Yeah, see, something with where I need mods, like, I kind of don't want to do. Because I want to record my reaction and then show it to the world. Shady doesn't believe in victim mentality except when it comes to astrology. I believe in the victim mentality. I just don't support it. I believe it exists. It's like round Earth theories. I don't have my camera on, so you guys can't see that I'm obviously joking. You gotta stick with the bit. You gotta commit. I learned that by watching other YouTubers. That's something I would like to get more into as well. Improv. I've been told by people in real life that I'm really good at improv, which I believe them. My big thing is when I'm improving in front of a camera. It's like it's so... I don't have the reaction of the people I'm talking to. Oh yeah, somebody asked me a question about Beavis and Butthead, and then I just like... I got distracted. Ever watch Beavis and Butthead? Do you like it? It's another Mike Judge one. I've never seen Beavis and Butthead because when it came out, my parents did not like us watching stuff like that. So I specifically wasn't allowed to watch it growing up. And right now, it just doesn't look like my kind of show. Like, I know the movie is out, but it just doesn't look like my kind of thing. I am trying to get through Bob's Burgers, but man, like I'm only on episode 3. Like every episode annoys me. Those characters, the specifically the son and freaking the Sarah Lynn daughter. Like they annoy me so much. But like everybody says it gets really good, so I'm like trying to get through it. I would love to watch Daria. I'm this close to just buying it. I've got other stuff that's way ahead of Daria, but I could easily just buy it in the review because I really want to see it because it looks so good. I've seen clips of it, and the clips of it are so good. What do you think about Metal Gear Revenge? That is a title of something. That's what I think of it. I have no other thoughts than that. Did I finish this gnome over here? Yeah, okay. Hello, gnome, sir. Yeah. Sorry I'm late. You're not forgiven. Happy birthday. Nah, I guess I can forgive you. Smiley Friends as well is pretty good also. Yeah. I keep telling myself, man, you don't really have that much excuse. You need to just go and watch shows. Everybody keeps telling you to watch these shows. And I'm like, yeah, but that's a commitment. You're not wrong about the son, but I can still enjoy Bob's Burgers very much. Like in Bob's Burgers, like the mom is like the least annoying character to me. Because when she's annoying to other people, she's just annoying to the characters in the show. And usually, like, it's not her fault that she's annoying. She's just having fun, and they find what she's doing annoying. Like, the son and the Sarah Lynn daughter, like, they go out of their way to annoy the other characters. At least in the 3 episodes I've seen. I can tell you Daria is great. Yeah, everybody says it is. I've seen the whole series and loved it. The last few seasons have flaws, but overall still a great show. How old are you? I am 31. I'm 31 today. I is a millennial. I was in somebody else's chat, and they were making a joke about, you know, how you always find the stuff you like as a child amusing, including music. And I was like, yeah, Aaron Carter will always be the greatest. And they were like, Aaron Carter, how old are you? I was like, listen, stop making me feel old. I'm only in my 30s. I can hang with the youngsters. I'm down to be lit, fam. Well, I can't be lit because I don't drink anything, but, you know. I'm gangster, son, gangster. I know you're a cartoon man, but have you seen Breaking Bad? No, I need to watch Breaking Bad just because it's for the same reason I watch Game of Thrones. Like, it's just such a cultural icon. You know, it's kind of hard to take myself serious since I haven't seen it. Since I consider myself a reviewer, you know, because the good way to get like a decent opinion on media is to consume it, which that is something I stole from another YouTuber, but it's true. Like, the more media you consume, the more eclectic your opinion becomes. Eclectic, I don't think was the proper term there, but Aaron Carter was legit. I loved Aaron Carter. It's always funny when you go listen to the Liberty's Kids theme song. And people are like, is that Justin Bieber? It's like, no. Honestly, don't really think I could get into either of those shows besides the memes. OM James, sorry if this was asked before, but what's your I got into King of the Hill because nutshell story? In a nutshell, I got into King of the Hill because my dad was watching it. Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. My dad was watching it. And my dad loves King of the Hill. Well, he loved King of the Hill. My dad's not alive anymore. He loved King of the Hill, and I would be in the living room while he was watching it, and I liked it too. It's kind of shocking that dry humor, because dry humor usually doesn't appeal to me. Jim Bob, thank you very much. Those money bags told me to do this. Happy birthday. You see what Tariq did? You see what he did? Influencing my chat to donate. How dare? How dare? Honestly, I didn't even know there was a money bag icon. I do want to try to make those like special emotes, because I just like making stuff, so that just sounds fun. Thoughts on Sonic Frontiers? I'm not a big current games person. I know knowledge about old games, but not current games. Like I said, I'm trying to get back into gaming. That's how I got into it too. I was like 9 and I mentioned Nancy's Affair once. My dad was like, how did you know that? Son of a pirate, thank you very much. Thoughts on Count Dooku as a villain? I haven't finished Clone Wars. In fact, I'm barely through it. Like I'm still on season 1 of Clone Wars. Like the concept in general it's kind of cliche now, but you know, it's a good concept. Someone who used to be a high-ranking member of what was considered the good guys is now on the bad guys' side. He's a bit one-dimensional from what I've seen. Because, you know, like they tried to make Anakin three-dimensional. His whole thing of turning into Vader was that he just wanted to protect the people he loved. So they tried to make him three-dimensional. Dooku just seems to want power. So he's very one-dimensional. I at the very least don't know why. It's probably explained more as Clone Wars goes on. You know, everybody says Clone Wars is amazing, so it's probably explained. I was about to repeat myself. I hate when I do that. If you want to get through Clone Wars faster, I suggest checking the Clone Wars Refocus. If I want to get through Clone Wars faster, I just got to sit down and watch it. Like, the thing is with me, I have a relatively short attention span. It didn't used to be that way. It used to be like I could focus on something for an extremely long time. Like, I didn't sit down and get bored. If I had to sit down, like I went to the DMV one time when I was still in college. I went to the DMV and they were like, okay, sit and wait for an hour. I was in heaven because I can sit and focus on different things in my life. But the thing is, when I was in college, I tried all sorts of different things and I kept like running around trying different things. And now my attention span is like destroyed because I'm like, if I get bored for even a second, I want to move on to the next thing. So I actually have a hard time sitting down and focusing on anything if it doesn't immediately hold my attention. Like, the show has to immediately grab me like Arcane and keep me in place for me to like not be okay. Say, okay, I'm gonna watch this later. That's another reason why I have difficulty with video games. Because if I get to a part where I just don't like my brain is like, you know what, let's go do something else. What's your opinion on Scrappy Doo? He was a desperate character that existed. I don't think he worked because nobody really likes him. Happy birthday, man. Love the King of the Hill reviews. Yup. That's the general consensus. I feel like that has to do with everything today with hold on, let me move this because I can't see. Move this down, please. I can't. Oh, they won't let me move that down. Okay, fine. Something's blocking part of chat, so I can't see it all. CW refocus cuts of a lot of filler and put it in chronological order. It's like CW Kai makes for a better watch experience for me. I mean, the real thing that's stopping me with Clone Wars is the Jar Jar episodes. Because I didn't hate Jar Jar when I was a kid. Most kids didn't. But like when I'm watching Clone Wars, I'm really engrossed in the characters and what they're doing. And then they throw Jar Jar on the screen and he is all his episode 1 self. He's nothing like his episode 2 self. And I'm like, I don't want to watch this. I see why adults complain about him now in the first movie. Because I'm an adult now. I'm like, I want to see Padme. I want to see Anakin. I want to see Obi-Wan. Are you worried about the supposed upcoming King of the Hill reboot? Worried? Not really. There is a chance that it's going to be bad because I don't like the route modern media is going, but I'm not worried per se. Like, if it winds up being horrible, it's like, whatever. The thing is, like, I've said this plenty of times, I'm repeating myself, but I'll say it again. When it comes to King of the Hill, like, King of the Hill is not like my absolute favorite show or anything. Like, I like King of the Hill, I do, but the reason I review it so much is because you guys watch it so much. Grim Media, thank you very much. Interested in Rings of Power collab? I emailed. All right, I'll check out the email. I don't want to respond to that here. Yeah, if you want to talk to me about business stuff, email or super chat me on Twitter. Super chat. DM me on Twitter. Mike Judge wants to make a reboot or continue the story where Bobby is older, like a teen or young adult. I see. I think that's a bad idea. Continuing where Bobby's a teen or a young adult. Bobby would be older than me. Because Bobby was, he was around 10 to 12 in the 90s. I was born in the 90s. So that wouldn't make any sense unless they put the show in the 2000s. Like that's the only way that could work. If they did it now, not sure. That feels like it wouldn't flow well. Well, it just feels like the audience would have to ignore a major plot hole in the story. You inspired me to make my own YouTube channel. Thank you so much. You're welcome so much. I love to hear that. Because I had a lot of people, when I was working in warehouse jobs, I often heard a lot of people like complaining about the job they had. And I'm like, oh, what are you doing about it? And then they didn't have any answer for me. So I would come to them and be like, oh, hey, you want to try YouTubing? All you need is a computer and some internet access. You know, it'll take practice and it might take time, but you should try that. But, you know, YouTubing's not for everyone, so people would get scared of doing it. Well, you see, I think King of the Hill is part 2000s, despite it being in the 90s. I mean, that's true. That is true. That is a good point. A lot of the stuff in King of the Hill did happen in the 2000s, and Bobby didn't really age that much. You know, there's already a couple loopholes. The fact that they've had so many Christmases and Bobby's still the age he is. Yeah, that's a fair point. It might not be as big of thing that I'm making it out to be. HBD loved the videos. Great work. What? I don't know what HBD means. Are you talking to me? Or are you talking to somebody else? Is this slang you young whippersnappers use today? John Redcorn spreading his corn seed. That's why he's called John Redcorn. Boo. Breaking Bad lore takes a few weeks to watch. Favorite Family Guy season? I never liked Family Guy. Well, no, that's not true. When Family Guy first came out, I did like it, but I wasn't allowed to watch it. Like the original Family Guy, me and my brothers, we saw glimpses of it, and it did make us laugh, but we weren't really allowed to watch it, so. What if I told you in the deleted final episode, apparently King of the Hill events happen in a single year? I would tell you, you probably watched Johnny Tuccello's channel. My phone just go off? No. Yeah, I've heard about the deleted moment from Johnny that all King of the Hill supposedly happened in the year, but they deleted that scene. I'm very glad they did. Family Guy was good, but now it has become too Peter Griffin focused, and not everyone likes to be tied to a character like him for longer than they need to be. I've seen some clips of modern Family Guy, and some of them have made me like pay attention. Like, I wouldn't say they made me bust a gut laughing, but I feel like it might be a bit overhated. To be honest, I work on a job similar to Bobby. Wait, is that what I read before? No, HBD. Oh, happy birthday! Oh my goodness! Wow. Okay, me. All right, you old man. We got to get you in your rocking chair. Make sure you take your meds. To be honest, I work on a job similar to Bobby did, except it's a fast food restaurant, and I carry food outside all day to the parking lot. I've never had to work outside, and I don't know how people do it. Like the worst I had to work at was in a warehouse that didn't have air conditioning, but I did it during the night shift. So I mean, it was still hot. It was still hot, but like the day shift, they were burning. Somebody from the day shift came in on night shift and said, "Oh wow, it's cool in here," and we were like, "What?" This game you're playing looks like a game my grandpa would play. Don't you know, simulators are all the rage now. This is a game that freaking Tom Sawyer would make. I'm telling you, it's real fun to have to clean stuff. You don't know what you're missing. Buddy, the most iconic moment was when Peter fell from the airplane. I strongly suggest that you have a pleasant date of birth. Now that is how you address me. That is exactly how you address me, because whenever people tell me have a good day or anything like that, I always give the Drake and Josh response. Don't tell me what to do. I strongly suggest you have a you have a good day. It's like, yeah, they didn't tell me what to do. It was just a suggestion. Who lets their public park get this dirty? Well, according to game theory, this is like ash from the volcano. Because the story of this game is about a volcano. Well, that's like the big part of the story. Shady. For some reason, my Alexa keeps responding. I am not talking to her. Shady gets 100 times more hoes than the rest of us combined. Alexa, stop. I have no idea what she was playing, but she just decided to start playing music. But yeah, this is supposed to be like, well, it's like theory that all the dirt in this game is supposed to be ash from a volcano, which if it is, that's very bad because you shouldn't be cleaning ash like this. But I don't think that's true because some of the levels in this game are inside and there's like no way volcanic ash would be able to get in there. And this is prepping me for real cleaning though, because I gotta clean out my PC. I'll be using air dusters. Happy birthday, Shady. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness. So you saying that your device responded to me. My inner troll is acting up and it makes me want to activate your device. But man, do I get ticked off when other YouTubers do that to me. Where they just start saying, hey, and they say my device's name, and they're like, buy whatever. And I'm like, no, don't do that. Wait a second. Oh, I've been doing this all wrong. I thought this was one big section. Okay, no, this is how I should be doing it. In most power washes, there's a little capsule that has cleaning product or chemical help clean the surface. Well, I could just use the soap nozzle right here. But you don't really need soap for as long as you have a powerful enough nozzle, which is like as long as you have like level 3 or higher. You don't need soap. I could buy soap because I have a ton of money in this game. The fact that I felt the need to say in this game after that annoys me. Why can't I just say I have a ton of money? Are you and Jar friends? I'd call us more acquaintances. Like, we've hung out a couple times. But, like, I'd say the friendliest thing we've done is, like, talk on Discord and play a couple games with each other. But we don't really know that much about each other. Wait, but King of the Hill isn't your favorite show. What is? Avatar: The Last Airbender and or DuckTales 2017. I keep wanting to make DuckTales 2017 my new favorite show, but I'm like, but it's Avatar though. It's so good. I'm like, but it's DuckTales though. It's so good. And it's like, which would I watch if they were both playing simultaneously? The answer is probably DuckTales, but that's because I've seen Avatar more. So I already have like most of Avatar memorized. Hey, Shady, you consider trying out Smiling Friends? Seems like it may be in your wheelhouse. Smiling Friends doesn't look like my type of show, but then again, neither did The Amazing World of Gumball. I know a lot of people are saying really good things about it, so maybe. Still waiting on the... Okay. If there was a strong enough string that let you cut through rock, that would be a water saw, wouldn't it? What does that say? I was watching the DuckTales episode like 10 seconds ago before the opening live. Favorite DuckTales villain and least favorite DuckTales villain. Ooh, favorite DuckTales villain. I want to say Magica. Magica to me is just so hilarious. Let me think about that. Let me think of that through. And the main reason is because this is still dirty. Wow. Unfortunately, I can't count Negaduck because Negaduck never really like became a full-fledged villain. Although technically, the original, the what's his name? Jim Starling. Technically, he might be my favorite. But man, I really do love Magica though. She is just hilarious. She has one of my favorite jokes in the entire show, where she eats the garlic off of what's her face. It says, "Ha! Now you're susceptible to vampires." The jokes in that show, they make me the jokes in that show, it's always so uplifting when jokes just make me burst out laughing, because a lot of times I think I'm giving stuff like pity laughs. I'm like, yeah, I say it's funny, but it doesn't actually make me laugh. But DuckTales 2017 legit makes me LOL for real. Least favorite villain. I don't really care that much for Don Carnage. Like, I don't hate him, I just don't care for him that much. Trying to think if there's anybody else other than Don Carnage that I don't like. Or that I don't care for. I'm guessing we're talking about reoccurring villains, because that one villain from the Tubio episode, like, he was boring. He was very generic and boring. Oh, Mark Beeks. Yeah, I hate Mark Beeks. That's my least favorite. I hate Mark Beeks with a burning passion. Yeah, I detest Mark Beeks. Have you seen Hazbin Hotel or that other show? The first one, no. The second one, yes. I just finished watching this second one. I suppose I should watch the first one. What do you think of Alvin and the Chipmunks? I think it is a thing that exists. I do not hate nor love it. It was one of those summer cartoons. You know, it's like cartoons you don't really watch, but it's on during the summer when you're not at school, so you know about it. I want to make videos like that, but I feel like I'm not, like, I don't have the vibe down. Like, what cartoons feel like. For example, the 5 a.m. cartoon, what that feels like, waking up in the morning, getting ready for school, getting your breakfast, and then you've got 30 minutes before your mom leaves or the bus comes and picks you up. So you turn on your last moment of freedom, which is the 5 a.m. cartoon. For me, like, the 5 a.m. cartoon was like Buzz on Maggie, Lilo and Stitch, the series. Voltron. Voltron probably shouldn't count, but that's because Voltron came on Adult Swim. It was like one of the last cartoons to come on Adult Swim. Wow, you really don't want to say anything even remotely vulgar, do you? No, I don't. Because I was raised in a household where swearing was absolutely forbidden. My parents did not swear. And if we swore, you could believe we would regret it. But also, like, I still do it as an adult because I believe words have the power that you give them. And I think swearing should have power. I think when someone swears, it should, like, the point, what swearing used to mean was that you were no longer being polite. That's what it used to mean. But everybody swears nowadays, so I think it's lost a lot of its power that it should have. Like, it's kind of like in BoJack Horseman where they say, when they drop an F-bomb. When they do that, everyone who's watching pays attention because they know it's not something they do all the time. Like when it's me and my friends are hanging out, like, well, actually, do my friends swear? I don't know if my friends swear because they always stop when I'm around because they know I don't like it. I think they sometimes say light swears when I'm not there, but I don't think they drop any F-bombs or anything like that. But some other people that I hang out with, if I started swearing around them, they would know something is wrong. Because that is something I just don't do. Swearing used to be subversive, but now everyone is swearing. Being polite is the new edgy. Yeah, because, like, the whole, you know, people have talked about this plenty of times. With comedy, the whole thing with comedy is that you're being, what's the wrong word I'm looking for? I can't remember. I can't think of the right word, but you're being insensitive, for lack of a better term. That's the whole thing with comedy. Offensive, that's the word. You're being offensive. That's the whole thing with comedy. So people started swearing as a trick with comedy, and now everyone does it. It still retains some of its hilarity, but it's lost a lot of its power as well. You know, who was it? Was it Charles something? It was like, there's 7 words you can't say on TV, and then he said all of them. You know, that meant something back then. I forgot what stereotypes are in King of the Hill, but I'm pretty sure BBQ and Pride of States is maybe true. I'm texting. A lot of stereotypes are in King of the Hill. King of the Hill loves its stereotypes. And I say that all the time in my videos, but I don't mean that as a bad thing. Like, it's just a thing about King of the Hill that a lot of the characters, they fall into stereotypes. Mine was mostly just most whatever aired on Cartoon Network in the morning at the time. Yeah. I mean, that's what everybody's is. Whatever just airs at the time you go to school. But I can remember certain ones because, like, it's a certain kind of emotion that it evokes. Like I said, it's your last bit of freedom before you have to go to school. Did you know Dale said the F-bomb once? It was the episode where he had his own radio channel. I did not know that. I'm very gullible, so if you're lying to me right now, I'm going to believe you. To me, I'm not offended, but I love if they aren't being horrible with it, which I love for it. You actually can say them on the radio. You'll just be fined thousands of dollars by FCC and most likely fired from your DJ job. Well, I think his was you can't say I'm on a TV set. Was it the radio that he said? I don't know. I'm thinking of the rap, the ERB. The only thing I know about the radio is you can't say moron on the radio. You can only say it on television. Reference. I'd say that's because you made a point where King of the Hill wouldn't make certain jokes in later seasons, much less today. Yeah. Thoughts on Cartoon Network's villainous? Cartoon Network's villainous. Well, I've never heard of that. I don't watch cable that much. I don't watch cable at all. All the stuff I watch is on some kind of streaming service or on YouTube. YouTube is my main form of entertainment. When I make the videos, it's usually something I've seen and then I want to talk about it. Which is why I rarely ever do like hate watch stuff, because like if I know something's gonna be something I don't like, or if I have a strong feeling it's gonna be something I don't like I just don't watch it. And know that that is not me supporting the don't watch argument. That's not a good argument. Mine was Batman the Animated Series. It wasn't on any channel, so I had to go online. Got up and whole hour early to watch 2 episodes. And the thing, I think I said this before on the stream, but I don't think, like, I don't know, maybe some of y'all are kids watching this, but I don't think kids today have the same experience with 5 a.m. shows, because we have streaming nonstop now. So if a kid wants to watch a cartoon and it's 5 a.m., they could just do that. So it's not, you know, back when we had it, it was whatever's on at 5 a.m., you're watching it. And it's your last moment of bliss, so you're gonna enjoy it. Any thoughts on making hate videos on Big Mouth? I don't want to. I don't want to talk about Big Mouth. I did not like making the first video on Big Mouth. I don't want to make any more. Big Mouth just makes me so uncomfortable. Well, for me personally, I gave the first 2 episodes of ROP a shot, didn't like them, gave some thoughts, and then now ignoring it. Oh, Rings of Power. It's awesome, not caring too much. Like, the thing is, I care about stuff, but if I don't think I'm going to like it, I just don't do it. I don't engage with it. Unless I feel it's important. Like, you know, I'm arguing something and I want to get the other side of the argument. That's different. Or maybe I prejudged something and people are saying, actually, this is really, really good. So I'm like, okay, well, I guess I should check it out to make sure that it is really good. But that's mainly because I'm a reviewer. I actually talk about that in an upcoming video, because Arcane, I think, is insanely good. But I know some people who look at it and they're like, oh, it's got a pink-haired lesbian as the protagonist. That's clearly woke. And I'm like, no, it's not. I mean, it's got woke talking points, but it's not woke. And they're like, no, it looks very woke. I'm not going to watch it. Like, I'm fine with people, like, looking at something and saying, I don't think I'm going to like that. But when a ton of reviews come in saying it's not that thing, that's a... You know, you still don't have to watch it, but maybe don't go around saying it's definitely bad. I mean, everyone is saying Rings of Power is bad. Like, every reviewer is saying it's bad. I think I have access to it. I forget what it comes on, but whatever network it comes on, I think I have access to it. But I was never a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Like, I like Lord of the Rings. I actually love Lord of the Rings if it's on, but it's not something like I desperately cling to. I just think it's a really good movie series. So when people, you know, who are actual fan, when Rings of Power came out, and people are like, this is just, the trailers alone are showing that it's kind of going to be an atrocity to what we love. I understand their anger, because I feel that way about other stuff. But for me personally, I was like, well, I guess this is going to be a thing. Are you cleaning a lazy river? I'm cleaning a gnome fountain. I want Shady to react to She-Hulk. See, She-Hulk is definitely one of those things. She-Hulk is what made me mad. That is something that made me mad. The whole thing with She-Hulk was she was like, yeah, I control my anger a lot more than you. Like that's typical stuff that you see in media today. That's very typical. But the problem is, I'm a comic book nerd, and I know about like what the Hulk has been through. And for these people to have like, even if they're just talking about the movie Hulk, for these people to have the gall to say that Jennifer has it harder than Bruce because of the stuff she was talking about, like that ticked me off. It's like you were talking to the epitome of what used to be the epitome of rage, and you're saying you control your anger. That to me, I was like, this is just bad writing. Like, you guys don't know what controlling your anger means. She-Hulk managed to get a rise out of me. Because, like I said, comics are something I actually care about. The Marvel, the MCU, I don't care about that much. I've kind of just let it go that the MCU's... It's not what it used to be, and also, even if it was, like, I'm MCU'd out, so it doesn't matter that much to me. Once Endgame happened, I became uninvested. The only character I cared about was Spider-Man, and I wasn't liking his movies. Shady, there are still very similar feelings to early morning cartoons. I'm younger and still go to school, and in the morning I will just watch whatever random thing my dad was. Well, I wouldn't say they're, like, you know, like you said, very similar. But I think, like, today's generation, for the most part, I would have a hard time believing they would have, like, the exact same concept. Just because of how many choices are out there. It's a similar way of how my generation growing up didn't have the same concept as the dun, 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 dun generation. Because once that song came on, TV time was over. You go to bed. But for my generation, we had TV 24/7. If you had cable, you could just stay up all night and watch TV. Now, of course, if you were a kid, at a certain point, adult shows came on, and you usually didn't want to stay up and watch TV. You know, Adult Swim came on, Nick at Night came on, and those just weren't as appealing to kids. Disney Channel had your back, though. Well, there was a time, actually, where Disney Channel aired more adult stuff for, like, it was like a couple hours after midnight or something. But after a while, Disney Channel just stayed, like, kid content. It was 24-hour kid content. I'll be honest, the only MCU I'm interested in are Fantastic Four and Ant-Man and the Wasp. I'm not interested in any MCU. I'm done with the MCU. Spider-Man was legit the only hope the MCU had of getting me back online, of getting me hyped up, and they got me hyped up. They really got me hyped up. But then when I saw No Way Home, I legit left the theater angry at No Way Home. I legit left the theater angry at No Way Home because I already was like, the movie to me was already just a copy of Into the Spider-Verse to me, just a not as good version. But I'm about to spoil a little bit of No Way Home. But what really ticked me off about No Way Home was that they promised, they pretty much promised Venom. Because in Venom, at the end of Venom, of the second Venom movie, they said they showed him looking at Peter Parker, and everybody freaked out when that happened. It's like, oh my goodness, Venom's gonna be in the next Spider-Man. That's gonna be amazing. And I was ready. I was so ready because I was like, this Venom isn't like my Venom, but he's a good-looking Venom and he's got good comedy. That works with a Peter Parker. I want to see this Venom interact with Peter Parker. And then No Way Home, oh my goodness. First of all, it doesn't even make sense how Venom is in No Way Home, how Eddie Brock is in No Way Home, because Eddie Brock doesn't know freaking Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Like, Eddie Brock does not know that information, so he should not have been pulled in by the spell. And second, why didn't all his Venom goo get transported back? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And third, they did deliver what they promised. That legit ticked me off. You may be the only reviewer I know who didn't like No Way Home, actually. Yeah, the internet loves... Well, actually, the Nostalgia Critic has a similar response. Like, he likes No Way Home, but he says it's similar to me. He thinks it did... He thinks Into the Spider-Verse did a lot of what it did first. Yeah, that was the correct sentence. You're overthinking it. Really? You want to tell me, a reviewer, that... It does. Okay, all that other stuff doesn't matter. What matters is at the end of Venom, they made it seem like Venom was going to be a part of the next Spider-Man movie, and he wasn't. That's the big thing. That's what ticked me off. Because, like, if you watch Venom and you have no plans of watching No Way Home, and then you're like, oh, Venom's going to be in No Way Home. Oh, that's pretty cool. They didn't deliver on that. So you can ignore all the rules stuff, which you shouldn't because they make a big deal about the rules. But you can ignore all the rule stuff and just have that concept. Venom was supposed to be in No Way Home, and he wasn't. Tom Hardy was in it for like 30 seconds. See, I don't despise No Way Home. I just think it's overrated. I think all the love that No Way Home has should, like, 80 to 90% of it should just go to Into the Spider-Verse, which everybody loves Into the Spider-Verse. Everybody thinks Into the Spider-Verse is a fantastic movie. But the love for No Way Home is mostly coming from the actors. I shouldn't say mostly, but a good chunk of it. No Way Home didn't feel like a film, just felt just a fan service and a poor one at that. It felt like a film to me. It felt like a Spider-Man film. It's the first Spider-Man film in the MCU that felt like a Spider-Man film. The rest of them felt like an Iron Boy film. Although, like, one of the big problems I have with it is that it uses MCU humor, not Spider-Man humor. Like, Spider-Man humor, if you want to know what Spider-Man humor is, and you have Disney Plus, go watch either Spider-Man the Animated Series or The Spectacular Spider-Man. Those two series nail Spider-Man humor. It's amazing. Spider-Man is one of the funniest superheroes in all of comics. A lot of people think it's Deadpool. No, Deadpool is more about fourth wall breaking. Spider-Man within his own universe is amazing at jokes. Ultimate Spider-Man is pretty good too with the comedy. I don't particularly like Ultimate Spider-Man because he wasn't an underdog, which is a huge part of the Spider-Man story. I'm talking about the Ultimate Show Spider-Man. Ultimate Comic Spider-Man is a completely different thing. But the show Ultimate Spider-Man also nailed Peter Parker's humor down. It was really good at that. MCU humor is very different than Spider-Man humor, and No Way Home had complete MCU humor. That's actually an opinion I have that differs from most people's as well. Is I don't like the Spectacular Spider-Man theme. I love Spectacular Spider-Man. I think it's the best animated Spider-Man, but the theme I actually don't like. Shady thoughts on Into the Spider-Verse sequel? Well, I haven't seen it, so I think it was obvious that they needed a sequel. Do you collect figures or cards or Hot Wheels? No. The only thing I collect is like tech. And that's not on purpose. It's because I need tech to do stuff and then I don't need it anymore. But I'm actually getting past that. I'm actually going to be throwing out a bunch of tech stuff or donating it to Goodwill. Just because within like the next 5 years or so, I probably am going to like move. And I don't want to have a bunch of junk that I don't need while I'm moving. But here's the thing, though. In Blade 2, Morbius was supposed to be in Blade 2. He had a trench coat, sunglasses, and long hair. Staring at Blade, but it got cut. They didn't make a third movie. To be honest, Homecoming and Far From Home were amazing. Homecoming and Far From Home were fine movies. They just didn't feel like Spider-Man. Far From Home ticked me off because they kept calling it the Peter Tingle. I was like, can you please stop insulting his most powerful technique that you guys forgot existed in the last movie? Or technique. It's a superpower. It's not a technique. Shady, similarly, how swears don't hold as much power now. Do you think other harmless words will become offensive because of woke culture? Unless we realize... unless people finally realize that words have as much power as you give them. Humanity for the longest time has had a fear of words. And I don't know why that would stop anytime soon. Unless... you know, the internet could help with that because the internet helps spread ideals faster. It's not necessarily about woke culture that makes words taboo. They are the driving force right now, quote unquote, the politically correct. But humanity in general has just had a fear of words. Homecoming was okay, Vulture and Net were the best parts about it. Far From Home was pretty much meh, and Mysterio feels underutilized, all things considered. Mysterio is petty to this very day. I mean, Mysterio is a petty villain. He was always petty. A lot of Spider-Man's villains are petty. Like, that's a big thing about Spider-Man is that a lot of his villains are either thugs or scientists who something bad happened and they're upset about it. And Spider-Man is literally just stopping their tantrum and they feel like they're the victim. So they feel like they're being bullied by Spider-Man. And Spider-Man is constantly mocking them while he's doing it. Because he wants to throw them off and he also wants to calm himself down. So they feel like he's bullying them. Like, to this day, directors do not understand that except for Into the Spider-Verse. Into the Spider-Verse got this. Spider-Man's comedy is a big part of his character. He tells jokes for a reason. He's trying to calm himself down, and he's also trying to throw off his enemies. It's just that over time, he's gotten really good at it. But freaking MCU turned him into just another quippy hero. It's like, oh, he's a normal person reacting to this superhero stuff and calling it silly. My name is Otto Octavius. No, seriously, what's your name? Ha ha ha, you haven't made that joke a million times. Rich Evans of RLM has made that point about Spider-Man. His villains half the time just want to rob banks. Spider-Man? Not his rogues gallery. Like, yes, Spider-Man beats up bank robbers because he's a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. He swings around, he looks for people causing trouble, and he stops them. But his rogues gallery? His rogues gallery is always somebody who's, they feel like a victim of something. And they feel like they're being bullied. A lot of times they do want to rob banks, but they don't just want to rob banks. I'm sorry I can't bring myself to dislike Spider-Man 3. It was one of the first pieces of Spider-Man media I ever saw. I actually loved the original Spider-Man trilogy. When I was a kid. I loved all three of those movies. Actually, when I was a kid, I didn't like the second one as much because it didn't have as much Spider-Man in it. A lot of people say that's the best one now. I think it, yeah. I think it's accurate to say it's the best one. My favorite of the original three is probably the first one. I think it best captures what a Spider-Man comic put to a movie. Well, more than Spider-Man's villains rarely have elaborate world-ending plans, which the movie often have to interject. No, that's false. That is false. Maybe early Spider-Man, yes. Because early Spider-Man, the whole point of it was he's friendly neighborhood. But Spider-Man has had plenty, well, I shouldn't say plenty. Spider-Man has had stories where he was the focus and somebody was trying to do something massive. Not necessarily end the world, but do something massive. But one of the biggest stories he had was of Doc Ock trying to increase global warming, speed it up, and the Avengers put Spider-Man in charge because it was his rogues gallery that was doing this. That's actually one of my favorite comics of all time, Spider-Man at World's End. It unfortunately leads to one of my most hated Spider-Man moments of all time. Issue 700. Oh, I hate issue 700. Thoughts on PS4 Spider-Man? I only know about that because I've seen snap-queued real dubs. I don't actually know the story. Because that's more modern gaming than it is Spider-Man, and like I said, I don't really know modern gaming. Absolute Carnage is a good example of a world threat of a world danger related threat. Is that a comic? If it is, I don't recall it. That's not the name of the second Venom movie, is it? I don't think so. Dr. Octopus literally could have just done a bunch of whippets and sped me up that way. Well, that wasn't Doc Ock's ultimate plan. So, I'm about to spoil this comic. So, Doc Ock was dying, and he was like, before I die, I want the world to remember me as a good guy. So, I want to solve global warming. But if you don't do what I say, I'm going to speed it up and kill everybody. He's like, just give me and my men a bunch of money, a clean slate, and I'll solve global warming for you. And Spider-Man came in and said, "This is Doc Ock. He's not going to uphold his end of the deal. Don't worry. Me and the Avengers will take care of it." But that wasn't Doc Ock's ultimate plan. That wasn't it. His ultimate plan was actually he wanted to steal Spider-Man's body because he was dying, and he knew who Spider-Man was, and at the time, Peter Parker was living a really good life. So Doc Ock was like, "Yeah, I want that. I want that body for myself." That was his ultimate plan. He just used the whole world-ending thing as a distraction. Happy birthday, Shady. How old are we? Well, I don't know how old you are. I am 31. Absolute Carnage is a newer one. Carnage is revived and is trying to collect enough symbiotes to wake up Null, who is god of the symbiotes, and bring him to Earth. Carnage has always been, like, weird to me. Like, he always feels like one of the most dangerous Spider-Man villains, but at the same time, he always feels underutilized. Because I get it, it's supposed to be, what if somebody was as powerful as Venom, but they didn't have a conscience? Wait, is that the one that leads into Superior Spider-Man? Yes, that's what it is. And I was so ticked off that issue 700 is right before Superior Spider-Man. That was issue 700 was supposed to be the very last episode of The Amazing Spider-Man. That didn't work out. Have you had a birthday myself, but my age is closely guarded, secret protected by a sect of closely guarded monks high atop the Coach's Mountain. Okay, I think you're wasting your money guarding that secret. Woohoo! Oh, that was all one big thing. Shady, thoughts on Spider-Man, the new animated series, 2003. My personal favorite of the TV series. The new animated series? 2003. That does not sound familiar. Oh, was that the 3D one? Because I barely remember that one. Like, it had the right Spider-Man vibes. Because I think that's the one where, like, he kills someone by, like... He kills someone, and he thinks it's one person, but it's not. 31 is old, dude. I'm 29, and I'm saying that 29 is old even. I mean, I'm trying not to, I try not to think about it. There's that one YouTuber who posts shorts all the time, and in those shorts he plays a Gen Xer, a millennial, a Zoomer, and he's just constantly pointing out how much millennials are realizing that they're getting old, and the millennials like, "Oh please, last century was 5 years ago," and the Zoomer's like, "Last century was literally 22 years ago." And I'm like, why? Why would you remind me of that? I don't need to be reminded of that. Oh, 10 years ago is not the 90s. Why is this a thing? Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes I thought was pretty good, but failed to end properly. I was rewatching that, and once it got to the Secret War, like, it kind of lost my interest. But Earth's Mightiest Heroes, yeah, that's a really good cartoon show. Like, if you want a good Avengers show, watch that one. I was really mad that it ended and got replaced with Avengers Assemble, which I'm pretty sure they only did because they wanted an Avengers cartoon that was more similar to the movies. But that's another TV show that made me just burst out laughing. Because Janet is freaking hilarious in that show. And also, that's a real freaking Hulk. Well, to be fair, it's the it's the calmer version of him that you would see in like Planet Hulk, like the one that's ready to smash, but you can still reason with him. What era are people in chat? Well, I'm a millennial. Wait, what time is it? How long have we been streaming? I completely lost track of time. Oh, only for about 2 hours. I know I look at other streamers and they're like 2 hours is a long time. And I'm like, what? I'm used to streaming on Picardo where artists would stream for like 4 or 5 hours on the normal. Happy birthday, Shady. Do you still play D&D? Yes, I play D&D bi-weekly. I'm trying to make it tri-weekly. But my third group is having a hard time meeting up. How old are you, Shady? I am 31. That looks like a game Tom Sawyer would make. Yeah, I made that joke earlier. This is something Tom Sawyer would totally make. Depending on the age range source, I'm either a really young millennial or a really old Gen Z. Well, to me, it's not about age, it's about culture. Like, that's really what the whole generation thing is about. Like, did you grow up on Aaron Carter or did you grow up on Justin Bieber? Did you grow up with 150 Pokemon, or were there more than that? How do you get monsters onto the field with Yu-Gi-Oh? Do you tribute or do you synchro? How do you manage to have 2 sessions a week? Me and my friends barely manage to meet up twice a month to play D&D. Because 2 of the people I play D&D with have very flexible schedules. And I have a very flexible schedule because I'm a YouTuber. But even then, it's not guaranteed. So 96 or 97 is the cutoff. Interesting. I'm definitely more in tune with millennial culture, but I feel like it's a fair mix. Well, I know a millennial who considers himself a Gen Xer because he's more about that culture. Yeah, I've always said the if you want to do years, the cutoff is somewhere between 94 and 96. But I don't do years, I do culture. So if you tell me you've experienced the same culture as me and you were born in 97, I'm going to be like, nah. Because the whole point of the term millennial is that you were in youth culture at the turn of the millennium. That's why the nickname for Gen Y is millennial. Do you ever cosplay or want to cosplay the character you created? I would love to cosplay. I would love to start like going to conventions and stuff, but I didn't get down this channel like I planned to because earlier this year the scripts just like weren't flowing, so the channel did a lot more poorly than I would have liked. Hey Shady, have you ever played or tried getting into Magic the Gathering? No. I'm not a big cards person. I used to be a big cards person. I used to love Yu-Gi-Oh! Then they brought in XYZ and Synchro Summoning, and I was like, nope. I see modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And I honestly hate it. I honestly hate it. Shady, what's your power level? My power level? My power level is probably less than the farmer's because a farmer would do a lot of manual labor, and most of my work involves sitting at a computer because I'm recording and editing and stuff. So my power level is probably very low. I mean, I exercise, but I just started like exercising. I started like 4 or 5 months ago. How many farmers can you live comfortably? None. Well, maybe one if if they're the child of a farmer. And the thing is, the farmer could use a boomstick. Like I've only shot things once in my life, but I don't think I have the endurance for them. There we go. Shady, I'm a personal trainer, a really good one. If I do say so myself, I'd be happy to give you a workout plan. No, I hate working out. I genuinely hate working out. I absolutely hate working out. The only reason I exercise is because I don't want to die early. And I'm in my 30s, so I'm like, yeah, I kind of got to get on that. But I pretty much do the bare minimum. I'm very introverted. Like, if I'm doing something like playing basketball or playing DDR, like, I can have fun exercising. But for the most part, just straight exercising, just running, I hate it so much. Which is weird because I'm 6'7", so. Yeah, you'd think I love doing athletic stuff. I haven't touched the Yu-Gi-Oh cards since Synchro Summons were introduced, and only since last year I started collecting them again, and now I have a whole shoebox full. When I went to visit some friends last summer, they were like, yeah, let's play Duel Monsters. I'm like, I ain't got no cards. Because I had sold them all my cards, all my good ones. And then they pull out their like decks. They're like, oh, don't worry, we've got like 5 different decks you can use. Geez, that's really tall. Yes. Synchro summons are the absolute devil. I watched a friend play and it was just like watching someone do an ultra combo, just overkill for no reason. Yeah, that's why I hate modern day Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like it's well known, it's well memed within the modern day Yu-Gi-Oh! Community that you can just end a turn on your first turn and end a game on your first turn. Whoever mentioned D&D earlier is your fault. You're making me want to go play D&D. I can't right now, though. It's Tuesday, not my D&D day. I never played card games, but I'm weirdly nostalgic for the Pokemon TCG commercials they used to air a lot. Oh, man. I've said this before and I'll say it again. If you like just want to have a good time and you're like I don't know, like 25 or older, just YouTube commercials from when you were a kid. Like from whatever decade you were a kid, just YouTube search those. Because you, like when you were a kid, you weren't thinking about it. You were like, stupid commercials, they're on again, I'm not going to pay attention. But now you watch them, you're like, oh my goodness, this used to come on all the time. Like I went and watched the one from the 2000s and they had that freaking Chef Boyardee commercial where the can follows the little girl home. And one of my favorite commercials that I didn't realize until like sometime this year was the Rice Krispie Treat cereal commercial. The song's The Star, I think is what it's called, where they're singing in a rock band. I absolutely love that commercial, and I didn't even realize it. Every day I hear that sound, I hop out of bed. It's Rice Krispie cereals are screaming in my head. Stuff so irresistible, I want to hear it all. Just a splash of ice cold milk and it begins to call. Did I say hear it all? Eat it all. Snap, crackle, pop, that's who we are. Wait, is it The Sounds of the Star or is it That's Who We Are? I think it's That's Who We Are is what the title is. I'm 23 and I do that. I love watching old Toonami bumpers and Adult Swim commercials because my dad let us watch naughty adult shows on our weekend films. Those bumpers from Cartoon Network, the Cartoon Network City, like I genuinely get teary-eyed watching those because they are so nostalgic to me. The Cartoon Network City, I miss that so much. Pegasus deck was GOAT, totally OP cards. Yeah, if you could get Toon World out. I used to have a dual disc when Yu-Gi-Oh was a thing. I mean, my strat when I had cards was I used effect cards all the time. And like I did Toon for a little bit, but then I stopped because Toon was so hard to get out. But my strat was like effects. My brothers eventually figured that out and they got a lot of cards that stopped like flip effects and stuff like that. And then if I was just losing really, really badly, I had this card called the Self-Destruct card. And it's like, if you're losing by 7,000 life points or more, activate this trap card. All players' life points drop to 0. My brothers hated me for that because I had that card and I had it was called like the hypersonic laser or something where every standby phase it gained 1,000 points and then when you discarded it, however many points you gathered up, your opponent lost that many life points. So I would just stall for 8 turns. Man, Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember being so obsessed with that show. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was one of the big shows for me. I was really obsessed with that show. Before Yu-Gi-Oh! Was Pokemon. I was obsessed with Pokemon first. Digimon, actually, yeah, Digimon came immediately after Pokemon. Because my parents noticed I was obsessed with Pokemon and they banned me from it. And so I went to Digimon instead, thinking that was a substitute. It wasn't, but I'm glad I did because I freaking love Digimon. Oh my goodness! Have you guys seen that that animation where it's Gatomon versus some Pokemon, and everybody's like, wait, why does this cat evolve into an angel waifu? And of course, all us Digimon fans are just like, haha, it makes sense to us. I was watching freaking a Mahler stream, and they were like complaining about how it didn't make sense. And I'm like, well, I tried to explain it to us, it's like, it's data. Like, you know, you can when you're on a computer, you can turn data into different things. It's just code. And they were not getting that concept. I wasn't like on the stream talking to them. I was watching the stream and I was typing it in the chat. And you know, when you type stuff in chat, it doesn't come out as clear. I don't want to make it sound like, you know, they're stupid or anything, but I was really trying to explain that freaking the way Digimon works is that there's a pool of Digimon that lower levels can turn into, but they have to meet the right criteria. Also, I think you could, like, new Digimon can just be created on the spot. Angelomon was a childhood crush. Angelomon had no personality, so you only liked her for her body. Were your parents one of those Pokemon as evil people? No. I personally was obsessed with Pokemon. And my parents noticed my attitude towards that. And so they were like, let's nip this in the bud. They did it at a weird point though. Like, I was at the store about to buy Pokemon Stadium that I had saved up weeks of my allowance for. And as we're at the store getting the game, my mom's like, oh yeah, we're banning you from Pokemon. And I'm like, okay. And I bought Donkey Kong 64 instead. Which, to be fair, me and my siblings got a lot of hours out of Donkey Kong 64. We played that a lot. I would love to do a video on Impmon, but that would take some dedication. Like Tamers, season 3 with Tamers, it's just, it's such a good season. Like, obviously season 1 isn't that good story-wise because they threw it together, but even for what they threw together, it was really good. Season 2 was all over the place. Just all over the place. But season 3, man, season 3 brought it home. Tamers was so good. There's so much character development in Tamers. Have you watched the Pokemon anime? I watched Pokemon until it got to where Ash left the Kanto region. Because that's when my parents banned me from Pokemon, after Ash left the Kanto region. Impmon has used car salesman voice and you can't change my mind. I mean, I think that's what they were going for, so. I hate it when my mom accused me of swearing when I honestly did. That is actually one way to easily tick me off, is to accuse me of swearing. Because everyone knows that's just something I don't do. So if you accuse me of swearing, I just think you're just flat out lying. And I hate being lied on. Back to you. Thoughts on Jesse and James and Meowth? They're goats. They all have wonderfully chaotic energy. Absolutely love Team Rocket. Them specifically, like not all of Team Rocket. I love Jesse, James, and Meowth. Prepare for trouble. Make it double. protect the world from devastation, to unite all people within our nation, to denounce the evils of truth and love, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, the other one. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. Yeah, that's right. Yep, I was cut off from Pokemon until I was about 16. Like all Pokemon. I wasn't even allowed to choose Pokemon characters in Smash Brothers. And that's how I discovered Digimon, and that Angemon could destroy any Pokemon he saw. That could be something I try to watch, just sit down and watch Pokemon. Maybe not all of it, but I'd like to see the original series again. Say the word no. To who? What did you do to get yourself cut off from Pokemon? I was obsessed with it. And my parents noticed it. A lot of people are asking why. Like I just said. I was obsessed with it, and they noticed that I was obsessed with it. I got that Team Rocket's Rockin' song stuck in my head now. Were your parents not concerned with Digimon, or was it just history repeating itself? I guess not. I wasn't as obsessed with Digimon as I was with Pokemon. Like Pokemon, I collected stuff with Pokemon. Digimon, I didn't. I just watched Digimon. I still love Digimon, but I just watched it. Pokemon, I was like, I gotta have a Pokédex. I gotta have the games. I gotta have the cards. I had just started collecting the cards when I got banned from it. So the only thing I had was a Charmander. Never learned to play it. I'm still salty over being banned from watching Pokemon back when I actually liked the show. I didn't even say anything for an hour when my dad accused me of saying a no word. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody has stories of their parents doing things they find unfair. I try not to share those stories too much because it's like, you know, I feel like I'm talking bad about my parents when I had a pretty good childhood. I had two parents who absolutely loved. There was never doubt in my mind that my parents loved me. Like no, even when they did things I thought was unfair, I never doubted that. Not everybody can say that. And I had two parents. Both of them worked their butts off. So it's like, even if I have issues with my parents, like I don't like going around publicly saying stuff like that. We now need Shady Doorags with a Pokemon companion. Well, I used to have, on this channel, I used to have a character who acted as my sidekick. Her name was Ellipsis. I actually kind of want to bring her back, but I would have to draw her, and that sounds like work. I had a pretty good childhood, but adulthood is better. I have more freedom as an adult. I mean, personally, my adulthood is great because of the life I lead right now. But I know there are plenty of people who are like wishing they could be kids again, just because they want that freedom, that carefree attitude. It's like it's more mental freedom than it is physical freedom. To me, like, some of the most fun times in my life was more of like my early 20s, because it was me and my legit friends, and I was figuring things out. So now if I could just be in that state again of freedom, but also have money because I was broke in college, like, that would be even better. My sis became a teen. She was put in charge of which anime manga I was and wasn't allowed to read. All our DBZs had little black censor bars scribbled on them. People often yearn for their childhood, but you get less freedom as a kid. Yeah, I have huge nostalgic yearnings, but I'm like, I was not free as a kid. I had a lot of, most people aren't free as a kid. You got parents who tell you what to do. How big a kid works. Even if you don't have parents, you still got adults telling you what to do. The reason I yearn for like kid stuff is just because you see there's a certain life given to you as a kid, just wanting to be alive to discover what's out there. And then once you're an adult, you're like, oh, I already know what's out there, so who cares? You know, I don't get the same sensation playing video games or watching cartoons nowadays that I did when I was a kid. Like, even when I'm watching a really good cartoon like Arcane, I still don't get that exact same sensation that I had when I was a kid, as if I was discovering something new and epic. Your brain is more accepting of, and not really in discovery mode anymore. My parents were surprisingly loose on some stuff as a kid. My mom was strict, but she'd still buy me Naruto Uncut. Box set for my B-Day if I was a good boy. Do you believe in God? Yes. I was born and raised a Christian. A sense of wonder and discovery that just goes away with experience. I get that. Yeah, I miss that so much. Like, that's kind of why I want to get back into video games and anime, because I feel like if I can reignite some of those feelings. I do think people have different ways of saying they're growing up, as shown on TV. The current day adult doesn't act completely like one. True. I mean, in a sense, there have always been immature adults. The big thing about it, it's hard to say what's different today than there has been historically, because a lot of us are just becoming adults. So we're just seeing these things that have always been in society. But I think one of the big things about today's day and age is just how easy it is to share and connect with people who have similar thoughts to you. See, back in the day, when you were old enough, you had to outgrow something, because it was embarrassing. Like if there was a childish cartoon that you like watching, you couldn't tell everybody that you still watched that cartoon because most people would just make fun of you. So you either liked it in secret or you just gave it up. Nowadays, we have the internet where there's tons of communities who share your likes that you do. So you don't have to outgrow that thing that normally society would have forced you to outgrow. And in some respects, that's a good thing. Because I would have hated to have outgrown some of the stuff that I would have been expected to outgrow. But in other ways, it's a bad thing because there are certain childish mentalities that you should outgrow that the real world will force you to deal with as a consequence. But because the internet exists, you can just ignore the real world and just pay attention to the internet. Had my fair share of tragedies and struggles growing up, along with being very sheltered. My childhood was pretty awesome. That's good. Glad to hear that. One of my biggest things about any society is that I would like people to have great childhoods. Like I'm actually very at peace when I'm in places where I see children are having a good time, like parks and stuff. So I'm glad that these kids can have this good time. I was at a family reunion the other day, and all my nieces and nephews were just running around playing, and I was just such at peace. Like we were in a theater room, and they kept running in and interrupting it, and I did not care at all. I was just like, I'm just glad to hear children running around laughing and having a good time. This is why, like I said in one of my King of the Hill videos, like I personally prefer to prolong childhood innocence. I know that's not always a good thing. It can lead to bad results, but personally, I would like to do that. I got a big problem with that. I love watching older cartoons, 60s, early 2010s, but I haven't told anyone about it. I'm afraid to tell my parents because I'm worried they'll think something of me. What's that quote from Tyrion Lannister? Never forget what you are. For the wear it like armor, and the world can never use it against you. But of course, there are some people who think you should never feel ashamed of anything you do. And it's just like, shame exists for a reason. I love that King of the Hill quote. If you do that, people are going to think we didn't teach you shame. And I know we did. I have one good childhood memory. All the rest of it was very bad. Never had any friends because we would move every year and change schools. And that never stopped until I entered high school. Aw. I'm one of the very few, if the only adult I know who doesn't constantly wish to permanently live in childhood. I don't think most people permanently wish to live in childhood. Well, you said that you know, so yeah, okay. Like, I would love to go and revisit my childhood personally. Just wake up and spend a day in my childhood, but not permanently go back. Childhood me was a workaholic. That boy worked non-stop. Well, I shouldn't say non-stop. I worked a lot because I believed in sacrificing the now for the later. So I would do things like during the summer when we had to write book reports, I would get it out the way the first 2 weeks. I would spend every day, like, I had to read, what was that story? I think it was Handmaid's Tale. I had to read that, and it was like 200 pages. And I forget how long it was, but I forced myself to read like 50 to 100 pages a day, so I could go ahead and get it over with and just write the report. Yeah, that kid was a workaholic. Nowadays, I'm a little bit less like that. I was telling my sister that I was like, nowadays, like, I just want to relax. Because I never got to do that as a kid. I was always prepping for my future as a kid. Again, I shouldn't say I never got to relax, but I was constantly working as a kid while other kids were like goofing off and not prepping themselves. Like, I was constantly trying to do the right thing, constantly prepping myself. Oh, graffiti. It's good to do homework early. Then if you have a day, you have the buffer built up. Yeah. Like, I'm making it sound like I didn't have any rest. That's not true. I had plenty of rest. It's just that I constantly believed in doing the right thing. And part of doing the right thing for me was getting the work done early. Getting it done and out of the way so you didn't have to worry about it later. So, like, for book reports and stuff like that, I didn't be like, okay, I'm gonna goof off and then the last couple weeks of summer I'll do the book report. And it's like, no, do it now, and then you have the rest of the summer all to yourself. And that's generally how I live life. It was like, get all the work you need to get done now, and then you can do the rest later. But there were points in my life where the work was just way too much. Like when I first went to high school, I took algebra in middle school, and then before I went to high school, I took summer school, and I took geometry. And my geometry teacher gave us way too much homework. So I was up at like 2 to 3 a.m. every night trying to do his freaking homework. Because he was like, yeah, you have to draw every shape using graph paper and a ruler. And he gave us so much homework, and I'm just like, it eventually got to the point where my dad was like, go to bed. No, I don't care about your homework. Go to bed. Your homework's not worth it. If you're not healthy, go to bed. In my childhood, I liked making science projects and making Lego robots and art pieces. Same. Not science projects, but I did like making Lego robots and art pieces. I loved making videos as a kid as well. I was part of the television crew, the morning announcements. When I was in middle school. Why would you go to summer school if you didn't get bad grades? Summer school is for kids who fall behind as well as kids who want to get ahead. That's a Achille and the Bee quote. I butchered the quote, but something like that is similar. But yeah, if you wanted to get ahead, you go to summer school. All of my friends did the smart thing, and they took the physical educations for their summer school, because when you're part of the smart people, you don't want to do that stuff in school. Like, all the other kids love it, but the smart kids don't. They did that. I took PE during the summer, but I didn't take it was some kind of health education class. So I actually wound up taking that like my senior year because you had to take it. It was mandatory. And that was probably like my worst class in high school. Just because when I was in high school, I took all the advanced classes. That was the one class where I was just in with just people. It wasn't like super nerdy or smart people. It was just people. And the thing is, when you're like, when you're the way me and my friends were, you cared about school. That class, those people didn't care about school, and it really annoyed me back then. Because they would complain about all the work they had, and I was like, this work is nothing. We just have to read. That's literally all we have to do. And back then, I had the mentality of you fail because you don't try. I eventually learned that's not how life works. But back then, like, I was so uppity towards those people. Like, yes, I'm used to taking advanced calculus classes. Here I am reading a textbook with you peons. College humbled me, though. College like, oh yeah, you think that's easy, huh? Huh? What if you fail this class 3 times, huh? Yeah. I guess you didn't try, did you? Would you visit your old high school to give a motivational speech? Probably not. I don't know those people. I don't live near my high school, so. But I don't know any of the people at my. I don't know any of the people at my high school, so I would not see a purpose of giving a motivational speech. Also, like, my education didn't really get me what I'm doing right now. I mean, I was always. You could say the reason that I'm doing YouTubing is because I'm good at writing, because I write scripts and I analyze literature and cartoons. You could say that, but my education was spent getting a degree in computer science. Being a YouTuber, I am not programming right now. Like, being a YouTuber just does not require an education. The difference between AP high school classes and first year university is huge. Knocked me on my butt as a gifted kid. Yeah, see, I took AP classes all the time. And when I had to take that one class that was just us reading a textbook, like, it genuinely confused me, because I was like, oh, this is what... again, I was really uppity, so I know this sounds like me being jerkish when I say this, but I was like, oh, this is what regular kids, like, have to deal with. This is it. When it comes to my childhood, although I enjoyed living it, I take the Kylo Ren approach of letting the past die. I don't believe in letting the past die, but I also don't believe in letting it control you, letting it define you, because of what effect it had in my life in the long term. Like, I'm like, acknowledge the past happened. Acknowledge that it helped bring you to where you are today, but don't let it define you. What's that Sunset Shimmer quote? My past is not today. My past does not define me because my past is not today. I thought AP classes were supposed to prepare you for college, university. AP classes are supposed... hold on, super chat. Shinku Akuma, happy birthday. I absolutely love your outro, by the way. Thank you very much. I do too, and I sometimes get scared that maybe it's corny, but then I see a lot of people saying that they love my outro, so I'm like, good. I'm glad everybody thinks it's good, because I really love it as well. AP classes... No, that's not. AP classes don't prep you for college. AP classes allow you to skip college classes. So if you take AP calculus and you pass the AP exam, it means you know enough about college level calculus to that it's no longer required. Now, unfortunately, a lot of school, or I shouldn't say a lot of school, but some schools don't care if you take it. Some schools are like, no, high school AP calculus has no idea what it's talking about. You need to take our class. Shady, today is my birthday, and I also wish you a happy birthday too. Can't wait for the next King of the Hill. And wait, what happened to the message? And Rick and Morty videos. There you go. Stay great. You still like Land Before Time movies? Yeah. I grew up with Land Before Time movies. I'm never gonna not like them. I like that part you use with Sarah's dad. I have been looking for an excuse to use that clip. I like the ones with Chopper and the one Littlefoot meets his dad. I think that's 13 where he meets his dad. But I watched. Me and my siblings had the collection. We had 2 through, I think it was 8. Whatever the Stone of Cold Fire was, we had 2 through that one. Hold on, let me think. There's the Great Valley Adventure. There's the one where they run out of water. I forget what that's called. That's 3. 4 is the where Littlefoot's grandpa gets sick. 5 is the island where they find Chomper again. 6, I think I'm missing one, but is 6 the Stone of Cold Fire? I feel like I'm forgetting one. But yeah, we had 2 through the Stone of Cold Fire. And we watched them a lot. Except for 3. We didn't watch 3 that much. What is going on with the lighting? Stop. 3 is the one he's talking about. I'm like, oh, we didn't watch that one. Yeah, but I've been looking for an excuse to use that clip. You don't like it? Tough. Popping in to say happy birthday. I'm going to sleep. All right, sweet dreams. What is this lighting doing? Stop. Some people have epilepsy. Am I the only one who thought Littlefoot was a girl? Yes, because Allie was a girl. And Sarah was a girl. Oh, the Secretosaurus rock. That's what the one I'm forgetting. Yeah, the Secretosaurus rock was before the Stone of Cold Fire. Yeah, and I also sing their songs all the time. Wait, I did not finish. I keep running away from this one as if I'm finished. I'm not. Finally caught a stream. How do you do, Shady? I'm doing all right. Today is my birthday. I said I wasn't going to shake the camera so much this time. I don't know if I've been following that. Big, 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 big water. My absolute favorite of all the songs is Friends for Dinner. Friends for dinner. I'm gonna have friends for dinner. I'm gonna get a couple of those, a couple of these. Things from the bushes and things from the trees. I think they're yucky, but I know they'll please my friends for dinner. What will Chomper eat when he grows up? Can they let him eat the elders and the sick, or eat enemy sharp teeth? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. It's funny because in the Land Before Time TV series, which did not last long, Chomper just lives in the Great Valley. They just let Chomper live in the Great, which I think, yeah, that makes sense for a TV show. It doesn't make sense plot wise, but for a TV show, it's like, oh, have a kid T-Rex there, yeah. The only thing I remember from The Land Before Time is the Tree Stars and Bigger is Better song. When you're big, la 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 la. When you're big. Do you think the original ending of the first film will ever be found? Of what, The Land Before Time? I didn't know there was an original ending. Another song I really like is All Sorts from the fourth movie. The title had like mist in it or something. The Great Mist or whatever. But yeah, All Sorts. It takes all sorts to make a world smart and slow. Wow, I completely messed up those lyrics. To do nothing that needs to be done. To make our life fun, find our place in the sun. And the brightest way, the brightest way, according to reports, is simply to take all sorts. What do you think happened to Sarah's mom and sister? Dead. My mom had to explain to me that Sarah's name was Sarah because she was a Triceratops. What's your favorite Don Bluth movie? Does 50 Goes West count? I definitely love 50 I love 50 Goes West more than I love the original. I know objectively the original is better, but 50 Goes West is just a better kids movie. Like that's why Cartoon Network played that one all the time and not the original. Imagine if there's a mod where you can spray off a Banksy painting from a wall. No, thank you. I like American Tail and All Dogs Go to Heaven. There's something about American Tail that I was about to say I really liked, but I can't remember. But yeah, definitely 50 Goes West. These shadows are ticking me off. Stop. Danny Phantom or Kim Possible? Ooh, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. See. Ooh, I think I have to say Kim Possible. I'm mad I have to say Kim Possible because I think I like Danny Phantom better. But the problem is Danny Phantom's final season was awful. Like I didn't like Kim Possible's last season as much as its other three, but it wasn't awful. Like it still did the job. Danny Phantom's last season was just freaking awful. Also, I hate Sam. Like I don't think there's anyone in Kim Possible who I hate. I freaking hate Sam with a burning passion. Sam is one of my all-time top hated fictional characters. I think she's number 2. My most hated character is Chloe from Life is Strange. Hey, Shady, any thoughts on the Justice League Unlimited cartoons? Yes, the Justice League Unlimited is the greatest superhero cartoon of all time. Hands down. That is the best one. If you want, you can tie it with its original series, Justice League, the animated series. I consider those the same show. But Justice League and Justice League, the animated series, are the best superhero cartoons. These shadows are annoying me. Stop clipping. The Bruce AC in Justice League Unlimited could make anyone cry. Yes, yes it could. Why would you hate Chloe, though? From Life is Strange? Why would I hate Chloe? I mean, it might be because she's the epitome of a spoiled brat who has no idea what they're doing. In Incredibles, Lucius could have died if he didn't froze the bullet and he was Syndrome's next target. Well, Lucius would have had to say yes. We don't know if Lucius would have said yes to Syndrome's machine. Which they don't explain why Syndrome doesn't go after Lucius. I mean, maybe you could say if he did, Mr. Incredible would be suspicious. I think it was supposed to be because once the machine was ready for Mr. Incredible, you know, Mr. Incredible was considered the top tier superhero. So once the machine was ready for him, there's no way anybody else would be able to beat it. So after he got it prepped for Mr. Incredible, it didn't matter. I liked her in the first game, but she did not make a good protagonist in Before the Storm. Okay, Chloe and Max are two of the most infuriating main characters I have ever seen in anything. Like, they are such humongous hypocrites in the stuff they do. Chloe specifically wants Max to use her powers basically for evil. Also, Bob got fired. It was a better opportunity to lure him into working for... No, I mean, after the machine went to Bob. Like, I understand why he immediately went to... What is going on with these shadows? It's very annoying. I understand why he... Once he saw Mr. Incredible, he was like, screw Frozone. I want to get Mr. Incredible. They specifically said that's the hero he was looking for. I was wondering why after he went through Mr. Incredible... he didn't go to Frozone. Because he knew Frozone was still alive. He had killed off almost every superhero in the world. All the old ones. He had killed off almost all of them. But like I said, I think it's because once the thing was ready for Mr. Incredible, like, it didn't matter at that point. Only Syndrome could stop it. These shadows are really annoying me. Stop doing that. Why are the shadows... What is going on with these shadows? Stop. Check your anti-analysis. VSync on the game might be interfering with shadows. I don't know what that means. I'll say cross. Controller vibration. I'm not using a controller. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. That would explain it. Yeah, let's try VSync off. See if that does it. Nope. That did do it. Turn VSync back on. Anti-aliases. Is this it? 2 times? Off. Nope, that didn't work. Nah. I don't know. Shadow resolution? If I just turn the shadows off. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. Wait, where's the sun? There's the sun. Okay, it's weird, but I'm gonna do that for now. Okay, and I keep forgetting that I have wands. It's a clipping issue. I don't know what engine this is on. This was made on Unity, I believe. What time is it over there? 12:45 in Australia, East Coast. It is between 10 something and like 8, 7 something, I think. Depending on where you live. Oh, let me get these things. Where is the sun in this game? The sun is over, it's right there. But it stopped casting shadows because I told it to. So now the shadows are just weird. X-Men or X-Men Evolution? X-Men. Despite the fact that I watched X-Men Evolution, I cannot tell you a thing about it. I just know I didn't like it. Okay, that one's done. That one's done. That's done. Mistake Syndrome didn't know Helen was Bob's wife and they had kids. If he'd known, he would have put Violet in a regular prison. Well, he literally said, you married Elastigirl? Oh, and got busy! I think he just didn't realize that Elastigirl's powers could get out of that prison. Like, he just didn't think of that. Like, he even says, it's a whole family of supers. Spawn versus Deadpool, who would win? Well, Deadpool literally can't die as far as I'm aware. Those are actually two characters I don't really know that well. Why is power washing the go-to move for YouTube streams now? Because Markiplier does it and he's a trendsetter. So a lot of people follow trends. That's not why I'm doing it. because I'm different than those other YouTubers. I'm not doing it just because Markiplier is doing it. But I think the more realistic reason is just that you don't have to think about game. So with me, I do these streams just because I want to talk to chat. But I also want to give them something to look at while I'm talking to them. So I just put on a game where I don't have to think about it and I can still read chat. Bro, is it your birthday? It's actually mine too, man. Happy birthday. I went to a Korean barbecue with a grill on the table and you cook your own food. You should try one. It's super fun. Is that kibashi? Well, wait. Hibachi? Hibachi. I don't think it's hibachi. I think hibachi, somebody cooks it for you. I just went to a hibachi place. It's like last July I went. Alright, I think that's everything down here. And now I want to get stuff up there. Syndrome pretends he's above villain cliches when he leaves the heroes alone escape. I don't think he pretends he's above villain cliches. He recognizes when he gets caught in them. Like Syndrome is very aware he's a villain. Like he doesn't justify anything he's doing. He's just like, yeah, I'm evil and I'm angry and I'm gonna take my anger out on the world. But yeah, he says, you sly dog, you caught me monologuing. Like, what's great about Syndrome is that he is a superhero fan. You know, he's very aware of, like, monologuing, and he actually geeks out when Mr. Incredible almost makes his getaway. It's just called Korean barbecue. Oh, okay. I don't know anything about food. I had to cook chicken in a frying pan the other day. I was like, I'd never done this before. I always boil chicken. And oh man, it came out so bad. I used way too much vinegar. And also I didn't pat the chicken down before I put it in. And also I wound up boiling it anyway. Because they were like, yeah, once it's almost done, pour the broth in to keep the flavor. And I didn't wait till it was almost done. I did it right then. And I just wound up boiling it. Is it possible in this game to power wash details off like they get broken because you overdid it and so you get penalized for it and have to work extra to pay it off but end up getting sued? No. This game just provides the simple satisfaction that a coloring book would. Without the risk factor, so you can't really mess up. And again, it does have a story, which I actually really like the story. Does this game cost money? Yes, this game is not free to play. Or even free. I think it's like, what, $20, $30? Something like that. Like, if you like this type of game, it's definitely worth it. There's plenty of content in here, as long as you like playing this type of game. Shady, have you seen Fight Club? I have not. I'm still thinking about that Kim Possible versus Danny Phantom question. I'm mad because I really want to say Danny Phantom. I'm like, nope, that's not true. Kim Possible is definitely, I definitely like Kim Possible more. Maybe I'll add it to my wish list and get it on sale for dirt cheap and try it out. Isn't it close to like Steam sale time? I don't know exactly when Steam sale is. I never keep up with that. Can you elaborate on the story of this game? Well, the story starts out as you're starting a power washing business. But as you're power washing stuff, people send you text messages about little things that are happening in the town. So, for example, at the very beginning, you find out that there's a missing cat. And that plot point stays relevant as you continue to watch, and then you find somebody who's looking for Bigfoot, yada 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 yada, and eventually, some of them, not all of them, but some of the details that get texted to you, all have a payoff of like why the cat was missing, and there's some stuff going on with the mayor, like the mayor is like. There are some people who don't like the mayor and what he's doing, and then you find out why, and you find out what the mayor is doing, and a lot of stuff like that. It's a very simple story, and you only see it through, except for one level, or no, except for the last like 5 levels, you only see it through text messages. The last 5 levels, though, you start seeing it through like the environment. This right here is not a part of the actual game. Like the career mode is like the one with the story. This is just the free mode. Like this game, what they do is they have a poll of stuff the community wants to wash, and they have people vote on what to do next. I think the last one that won was a mini golf course, which I've already cleaned. And I think they just opened up a new poll recently. So yeah, there's constantly new places to clean. The most simplest chicken recipe I know is just diced up chicken breast in an oil pan with soy sauce and brown sugar. Nothing more, nothing less. Anything else is up to you. Normally what I do with chicken is I just boil it in chicken broth and then I bake it. Which helps dries it out, because otherwise it's flooded in, chicken broth. But I don't know anything about cooking, so I've only now come to realize that the texture that I usually like to taste on chicken comes from a frying pan. So earlier today, I cooked yesterday, I cooked some decent chicken in a frying pan, but I still did the thing where you pour the water in, where you pour the broth in, and I did it too early. And so it wound up getting the texture of boiled chicken instead of pan-fried chicken. Who is your favorite BoJack Horseman character? Sarah Lynn. When it was season 1, it was Diane. Season 2 through, I want to say 2 through 6, it was Princess Carolyn. And then, no, 2 through 5 was Princess Carolyn. And then slowly over season 5 into season 6, it became Sarah Lynn. So throughout the whole show, it was Sarah Lynn. Hey, for that chicken recipe, why not let your chicken soak in soy sauce overnight? I don't know anything about cooking. I've only just started now cooking. Just because I want to try to eat out a lot less. So I'm just trying to get used to frying chicken in a pan. I bought a new pan the other day that advertises that it heats itself evenly. I didn't really care about that. I just wanted a really big pan. So I'm trying to get the texture right. The first time I tried, like I said, I put in way too much vinegar and I wound up boiling it. The second time, I did it right, but I still added the broth in too soon. So this time, I've still got some chicken in the fridge that I can cook. I'm just not going to add whatever broth I use. I don't even know if I'm going to use broth. I might just season it. Like, I don't know why the instructions tell me to add the broth in. Like, I don't know what that does. I thought it flavored it, but I was like, yeah. This just winds up giving the chicken boiled texture, and I don't want that. Does the weather changing game indoor versus outdoor power washing new? No, it does not, though there are different environments. This is a really big time waster game. It's just when you're tired and you just want to sit and do something that's not stressful, you know, play something that just allows your brain to just forget itself. It's very relaxing to me. It's very cathartic as well. It can also be stressful, but I kind of choose to make it stressful. Because, like, if you use the show dirt, it's very easy to find everything. I just don't like to use the show dirt. To me, that feels like you're cheating. I mean, one chicken recipe I was able to successfully do was was it bourbon? Bourbon chicken, yeah. Although I use apple juice instead of bourbon because I'm scared of alcohol. I know if you use alcohol, you cook the those contents out. But I was like, I don't know what I'm going to use the rest of this bourbon for, so I don't drink. But I will drink any leftover apple juice, so. That's like Don't Starve for me. Wilson's living better than I am these days. You said time waster made me think of Cookie Clicker, and now I'm playing it. I hate Cookie Clicker. I bought Cookie Clicker. I was like, it's $5 and everybody's playing it. And I hate it because it's like, except for the stock market thing, it just, that feels like I'm accomplishing nothing. How old is your fan base? Most of my fans are millennials or Zoomers. I think Zoomers are most of them. Alright, I feel like I'm missing something because I should be done with this lower basin. Oh, the inside right here. I'm not getting. Yeah, that's it. Base Shady doesn't drink. Truly a Giga Chad move. Well, I think Giga Chads is. I think drinking is supposed to be a Giga Chad move. I just don't drink because I'm very bad at addictions. Like the stuff I am addicted to, like soda and stuff, I have a really hard time kicking it. and my family has a history of alcoholism. So I was like, you know what? I'm just not even gonna tempt fate. Just like screw that. I'll just stay addicted to soda. Yeah, see, this is where it can get annoying because yeah, this is the lower basin. What's your favorite type of chicken? Fried chicken with barbecue glaze. So, you know, similar to chicken wings, but instead of that, like, put it on bigger pieces. Although, actually, just plain chicken wings is really good to me. Favorite soda? That's a difficult one. Because I want to say Coke, but I don't believe that. Mountain Dew used to be my favorite. Like, in college, Mountain Dew was what got me through late nights of programming. By the way, there is a ladder. I'm just not using it. It would probably make my life easier if I went and grabbed it. Yeah, this base is annoying me. Same here. Better fat than drunk. There we go. Got it. Alright, now I need the ladder. Hello. Ah. See, I try to get stuff out of the way before I put the ladder down because the ladder gets in the way. And you can't put it back down on the floor unless you, like, quit the game and then come back in. Here, hold that. How did you come up with the name Shady Doorags? When I was in high school and throughout college, I constantly wore shades and doorags. Constantly. I went to... when I was on a different channel that's not this one, my thing that I wore included shades and doorags. So when I made this channel, I was like, I'm gonna keep a similar thing, but I'm gonna remove everything except the shades and doorags. And the original name I wanted for myself was Cricket Shades, because shades, I always feel like shades on me look crooked. So I was like, if I give myself the name Cricket Shades, like, people will think it's intentional. But that name was taken. So I was like, okay, well, I wear shades and doorags, so Shady Doorags. And the rest is history. Alright, I think that's all I can get from beneath. Now we climb. You ever watch Beavis and Butthead? I've answered that question. You. And I don't really want to. It doesn't look like my kind of show. I don't know who you are, but have a good rest of your day. Don't tell me what to do. This game is good, clean fun. I applaud that. Puns. Good. I hear you on that about easily getting addicted. It's good you recognize that about yourself. I am the same way. My addiction is chewing gum and cereal. Oh, cereal. I have such a... I'm bad with cereal, man. I love cereal so much. Sugary cereal, basically. Like, if I'm trying to stay healthy, I have to keep like a box of cornflakes in the apartment. Because if I don't, like, I'm gonna find some sugary cereal at the store, and I'm gonna eat it. Like, cereal is a big one for me. I love sugary cereal so much. If I keep cornflakes in, it at least gives me the sensation of eating cereal. So like I stave off the cravings. I just came back. What wisdom did I miss out on? Cereal is amazing. Would you review a Danny Phantom episode on why Sam's terrible? Possibly. Like I said, I don't like to hate watch, but that wouldn't be hate watching because I've seen all of Danny Phantom. So that's a possibility. I don't want to say definitively yes, though. Some people have uneven ear heights, which makes glasses look crooked when they're not. I learned to modify them for people while working at a glasses store. Yeah, I think that's me, because all glasses to me feel like they're crooked. I think I have crooked ears, but I was just gonna call myself Crooked Shade so nobody would like recognize it. I have an addiction to potato chips. That's like my kryptonite. Like to me, my biggest one food-wise is soda, but it's also the one I've like gone on breaks the most. So it's easy to kick. Like if I just go like 3 days without soda, I'm feeling pretty good about myself. I don't feel like I need it, but it's also the thing that gives me the most dopamine. Like if I go like a week without drinking soda and then I scarf down an ice cold Coke, like my goodness gracious, that is an amazing feeling. What programming languages do you know? My big thing was Java. But at the first school I went to, all they did was Java, and we had to learn C++, but I sucked at it. I did learn C++ once upon a time, but I don't remember it. C# was the second school I went to. All they did was C#. So, you know, object-oriented programming is mainly what I'm into. I prefer Java, but I tend to relearn both Java and C# just because I like Java, but I want to learn Unity, and Unity is in C#. I've done SQL, but I've never stuck with it long enough that I retain it. Like, I always have to relearn it. HTML, I'm aware of, but HTML is so weird to me because it, like, the first language you learn probably should be HTML because it's so simple. I learned HTML after I learned object-oriented programming, and it just feels like it breaks all the rules to me because I'm so used to object-oriented programming. Like, oh, what do you mean I could just use a variable that hasn't been declared yet? Like, what? I don't know if you can actually do that in HTML. I was just making something up on the spot. Where's that ladder? Come here. Come over here, please. I keep going over there to go back up. After I end this stream, I'm gonna get a nice cold glass of soda. I bought a liter Coke just for my birthday, and I put it in the fridge, along with a bag of M&Ms. I'm gonna go in there, scarf both of them up, and hopefully not have a heart attack. What is this? Where did this come from? There's freaking snakes in this fountain. Honestly, I did not expect to be streaming this long because I was really tired when I started streaming because I had just finished editing a video and I just wanted to go to sleep. But I'm like really wide awake and lively now. I'm sorry if this feels like a plug for cereal. I'm not a corporate stooge, I promise. See, you don't have to plug cereal for me to want it. Like, my favorite cereal is Cocoa Krispies. Man, you give me some Cocoa Krispies and some milk, that is a good day for me. What kind of M&Ms? In my fridge? I wanted the peanut butter ones, but they didn't have them. Well, they did, but they had like the colossal mountain size, and I was like, no. I will eat all of that, and I will die from it. So, I just got the regular M&Ms. Because like I said, I didn't think I was going to be streaming for this long, so I was like, after I'm done with this, I'm just going to like play video games and munch down on some M&Ms and some soda. And now I'm having a good time, so I'm not in a rush to get to it. I might not even get to it. I might just go to sleep. Fruit Pebbles is my go-to. I can't with Fruity Pebbles. They taste good, but they get soggy too quickly. Like, you pour yourself a bowl of Fruity Pebbles and then you blink and suddenly it's soggy. It's like... No! This gnome, though. Have you heard of a YouTuber called Shad's Hoodlum? That sounds familiar, but I don't think so. If we're talking about sugary cereals, Cocoa Puffs, Cocoa Krispies, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Smacks. Cocoa Puffs used to be a big one for me. It's not anymore. I don't know if they changed the flavor or something. Smacks is alright. I'd rather it than nothing. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I've never been a big fan of. He's a serial killer, sure enough, and proud of it. Also, I'm addicted to peanut butter, Skippy, or Crunchy. I can finish it within the same week I purchase it. I like peanut butter, but yeah, that's not me. That's not an addiction. That's when you do the biggest sin with Fruity Pebbles and pour milk first, then cereal. Why would you ever pour milk first and... No. That's how the plagues of Egypt got started. Like, y'all think it was about slavery. It was like, no. Moses saw someone pouring milk first, and he was like, all right, you know what? I'm done going easy on y'all. I always like Trix. Yeah, I love Trix. The thing about sugary cereal is that it's just sugar. You just eat sugar for breakfast. Like, it is not good for you. They'd be like part of this balanced breakfast where they have fruit and toast and eggs on the screen. And don't nobody get that whole balanced breakfast. They just get the cereal. If you put milk first, you will never have too much milk for your cereal. Just bring the box with you and add more as needed. Why? Okay, you don't understand. The biggest high for me with cereal comes from drinking the milk. But it has to, I can't just drink milk by itself. It makes me sick. So it has to be after I've eaten the cereal. Like they used to have that, I don't know if it's still a thing, but they would have like cereal powder where you would just add it to milk and it would give you the flavor that you would get after that. I tried that and it didn't work. But like after I finished a bowl of Cocoa Krispies, I'm like, all right, time for the best part. Like, cereal's fine, just eat it for dessert. That's all you gotta do. What's your thought about the website TV tropes? I don't know enough about it. I hear people talk about it all the time. I don't know anything about it. The sugary cereal milk flavor is perfectly captured by barley tea. Not a big tea fan. I'll drink tea before I'll drink coffee. I kind of want to be addicted to coffee because at the very least that keeps you awake. But I've never liked coffee. I've tried it multiple times throughout my life, and I just cannot get myself to like it. That's the kind of reason I'm trying Magic Spoon. It recreates the same flavor of known cereal minus all the sugar. I prefer eggs and bacon for breakfast. Sometimes I've done it or pancakes. Honestly, I'm not that big of a fan of breakfast. Like for me, breakfast is usually just a bagel and some fruit. I love bacon, but bacon is just like, hey, do you want a heart attack? Okay, here you go. I don't drink anything aside from water and occasionally milkshakes and lemonade when I eat out. Yeah, that's what you should do, is just water. That's probably one of the biggest, I'm not a doctor, so don't quote me as a doctor, but that's probably one of the biggest health issues we have in Western society is just all the sugary drinks we drink. Like if you cut most of it out and just drink water, it'll be so much healthier. But I'm just like, look, I'll drink less soda, but for a while, I'll do that until I'm healthy. You can't expect me to drink no soda for the rest of my life. Lunch is my favorite time to eat because I love hearty lunch when I have a long day, like working with my dad installing cabinets. Yeah, see, well, meals are supposed to either fuel you for the day or refuel you. Well, if you want, it's been 3 hours and the fountain still isn't done, I wouldn't be able to sleep until it's done. Yeah. Why do you think I'm like still doing it? Now normally I can like quit in the middle of a job. I'm fine with it. It's a bit annoying though, because the ladders reset when you do that, so it makes you feel it's kind of a reminder that you quit. All right, there's a little bit of dirt somewhere left. I don't buy into all the balanced breakfast at all. Also, should cereal be used for all 3 meals? Breakfast cereal is a dessert. Unless you're eating just plain cereal, which is nothing but cornflakes. Like, sugary cereal is a dessert. You are not supposed to be eating that stuff for breakfast. But yeah, like with sugary drinks, like people don't realize that with fruit juices as well. Everyone thinks like a nice tall glass of orange juice is good for you, which it does have vitamin C, but most of the stuff that you most of the benefits you get from oranges are squeezed out when you're just talking about orange juice. So that's mostly sugar. Same thing with apple juice, any fruit juice. It's mostly the sugar you're drinking. Or at least that's what the internet says. I could be wrong. I'm not a doctor, but I am doing a degree in health. Sugar drinks and the resulting obesity pose a similar risk to health as smoking because of the sheer number of people who struggle with it. Yeah! By the time you're in your teens, you've been exposed to so much high fructose corn syrup, it's ludicrous. And like they get you thinking like, oh, a glass of orange juice is good. It's like, no, an orange would be good. An orange daily would be good. Also, the people came up with the balanced breakfast and food pyramid. Yeah, that's got discredited like 5, 8. Yeah, I heard that too. That the food pyramid was a complete sham because the bread industry was heavily involved in creating it, or the grain industry. If it was created today, the sugar would be on the bottom. Why was it called a pyramid if they only showed one side of the pyramid? Because it's supposed to be, you're supposed to be looking through the pyramid. Have you seen Black Jesus? No. It was good up until the last season, in my opinion. A lot of stuff that's like heavily influenced by the culture war, I kind of stay away from. Which my video that comes out tomorrow talks about that. Sugar is also highly addictive, so when you intake hidden sugars, all your life things like regular fruit is sour or doesn't appeal to most. Yeah, like when I go on, when I just go on like healthy time, I'm like, okay, no sugars and no fried foods. Like I'm just like depressed. Like what's the point of even eating anything? And then people eat all that crap their whole life and they start getting problems with their liver or their gallbladder. The gallbladder is, I think that's the non-fixable one. You can eat as much whole fruit as you like and basically never get fat. You drink a few cups of fruit juice and your body fat will skyrocket. I don't know about that. But from what I've been told, it's just that the juice in fruit juice is just the sugar. It's still, I mean, it's still natural sugar. Fruit is nature's dessert. That's if you were living a completely healthy lifestyle, you could still eat dessert. It would just be fruit. Shady put off all the shows you don't talk about on your channel. What is your favorite? Out of all the shows you don't talk about on your channel, that I don't talk about, there's a lot of shows I don't talk about. I guess I would just have to say what's my list of favorite shows, and then go down until I hit one I don't talk about. Because my two favorite shows are Avatar and DuckTales. I have talked about both of those on the channel, so those aren't it. And then after that, maybe like Leverage and Burn Notice, I think, are similar places. So I guess those would be it. It does make you fat, but perhaps it's based on the person. Have a buddy that eats fruit every day and got big. Dario quote, raisins are nature's candy, then why do you need to cover them with chocolate to sell them at the movies? Because the movies aren't natural? What? I don't know, maybe that's funnier in context, but that doesn't seem like a good quote. Wow. I have my two cushions right here, and I wasn't using them. I could start to feel my arm getting annoyed. See, this right here is why I'm like, give me my strongest pressure, because I'm not getting the graffiti because this pressure isn't that strong. This pressure, this washer, whatever you want to call it, isn't that strong. What? I didn't finish that one? Whenever something says low fat, it actually has more sugar in it to replace that fat. Yeah, fat isn't actually, from what I've heard, fat isn't as bad as sugar. Like, sugar turns to more fat than just fat by itself. How much fruit, though? You could eat nothing but healthy food, but too much could lead excess. Well, all of weight gain is just calories. Like, all of it is just calories. You as a human being, you need calories to move, to do anything, to burn energy. You get those calories from food. So if you are, and when you don't use those calories, your body stores them as fat. So if you are consuming more calories than your body is using, you will be fat. So even if you're eating really healthy foods, you're still consuming calories. So if you consume too much, your body will not use it. It will just store it as fat. There's not a lot of room to stand up here. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Almost fell there. Happy birthday. Came for the King of the Hill and stayed for the Avatar. Thank you. It all depends on the person's body and their lifestyle. I've realized when I say I don't have enough time to cook, I've often lied to myself in order to have a quicker, easier option. I have time to cook. I just don't like cooking. I detest cooking. Cooking is like exercising to me. I'm not doing it because it's fun or I want to. I'm doing it because it's supposed to be better for me. To consume 3 calories, about what an adult man needs for a day. That's 46 cups of sliced apples, which is physically impossible to eat. Have you ever seen a teenage athlete? I guess you said an adult. You didn't say a teenager, so that would be cheating. Have I been dropping any? No, okay. I have not dropped any frames. I really hope this is coming in clear. Because there was one stream I had checked out. I don't remember what it was, but I checked it out and it was completely fuzzy every time I moved. And I was like, oh. I think it was because the frame rate wasn't set high enough. So I use OBS for more than just streaming. So of course, if I'm recording game footage, it should be at 60 FPS. But if I'm doing other stuff, like it needs to be lower. Ah, that was deceitful. Dumb question about this game, but where does the endless water come from? It comes from your nozzle. Well, I don't know how to do third person, actually. I've never done that. You have a water pack on. But yeah, it is endless. That's why some of this game actually doesn't make any sense, because you would spend more money on the materials than, or on the water, than you would that you make from the job. All right, I need a. Almost fell down. Is that dirt? Every time we do go buy pre-made goods and groceries, we are agreeing to a contract saying we allow these foods that may be bad for us to keep existing. Yeah. Life choices. Why is this decoration not finishing? Ah, this angle. They keep getting me with the... Oh, it's actually dirty from this angle. I know how to cook because I went to cooking class in high school. I mean, I know how to do some of the basics, but even a good chunk of the basics I struggle with. Like a lot of seasoning, I just don't know what it does. I recently fell in love with paprika because I needed it for... Well, I shouldn't say recently. It was last year. I needed it for a recipe last year, and I tasted it. I was like, oh, that's what it does. And now I put it on everything. Okay, the underside is probably... Well, yeah, fetish. Thank you. Make sure I get all of these. The walls and the decoration. Ah! Wait, was it you? Yeah, it was. What? What was that? Oh, it was the edge. Ah, I saw that. You. Alright, I think we're good. Now I must get up there. Is there a second ladder, or do I have to pull this one up? Wait, I might... Oh, I have to use the gnome to... the gnome to get up here. Happy birthday, Shade. Another September birthday. My whole family is in this month. Oh, that's cool. September was a great time to have a birthday because the cutoff date from my school for when I could join was September 1st. So, because my birthday is September 20th, I was always one of the oldest people in the class. How do you feel about Family Guy? I mean, it exists. I used to get angry at it because I watched a lot of Mysterious Mr. Enter. But It's just there. I don't really care for it. I don't care that it's there. My birthday is November, right around Thanksgiving, so I spend pretty much all of my birthdays alone. And mine is after Christmas. Yeah. I always feel bad for people who have birthdays around holidays. Ah, why is there stuff on the outside? That's annoying. There we go. Okay, good. Now I can just focus on up here. By the way, if this were a real power washer, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't wash bottom to top. My microphone keeps hitting my headphones. $96% done. Almost there, lads. Almost there. Happy birthday, Shady. PS, love your vids. Thank ya. Thank you very much. Neferti Kimagawa, thank you very much. I need to increase the size of that text. Happy birthday, Shady. Welcome to the 31 Club. Are there jackets, t-shirts, anything besides a reminder that my childhood is gone? By the way, yes, I know I can do this. I just don't normally use that. Shady, what's your opinion on keto diets then? I need to do a keto diet because I have massive bags, and that's one way to get rid of bags is a keto diet. I have bags because when I was a kid, I had really bad allergies, and they constantly affected my eyes. I don't know enough about keto diet, so I just heard that it's a good way to get rid of premature bags if you have them. I don't know if that's actually true, though. What if he's almost done and the game says, now do it again, but using this tiny electric toothbrush? I mean, that's basically what happens when you can't find the dirt. So what's interesting is Right now I'm seeing two things, the rocks and the gnome statue. But my checklist hasn't come up yet. Your checklist pops up when you have 3 or less things left. So that means I missed something somewhere. You can check your huge checklist in the pause menu, but again, I consider that to be cheating. So I don't like doing that. I was getting relaxed. Forgot I was streaming for a bit. The KFC sandwich that replaced buns with chicken. Sounds like the store that what's his face from F is for Family made, where he just sells the skin of chicken. I'm new to the channel, love the King of the Hill videos. Thank you. Oh, I didn't even finish washing that bowl. Oh my goodness. Not gonna lie, I would have tried that skin place at least once. I can't say no to comfort grease. I would have when I was really young. Like, once I got to, like, my early 20s, I can't just eat just straight skin. Like, not, like, the way he was presenting it. Have you seen Game Theory's video about the lore of this game? Yes, unless they made a new one. Game Theory's video isn't up to date, though. They came out with that, MatPat came out with that video when, before the campaign was finished. The campaign's done now, and there's like a big, a lot of the stuff, maybe all the stuff that MatPat said was correct. Oh my goodness, can I please just, white spray, please, just finish it. I'm trying to find, like, where I've missed anything. I'm throwing a fit here. Question. So in this game, you are cleaning a fountain with water, but the fountain has water. So what happens to all the water from your power washing machine? The water is supposedly like just instantly spray into the air and disperse. That's not what happens with a power washer, but that's what they're saying is happening. If you ever want to get really frustrated, watch the Game Grumps play this game. That's a real good way to get frustrated. This stupid rock. There's got to be like someplace I'm just not thinking to look, like under his shoe maybe. Because this is doing that thing where it's like, it's not even going down as I spray the rock. So it's like there must be some big dirt spot that I'm just not thinking to look for. Well, Nefertiti, I couldn't play this game. This moment right here would tick me off. The thing is, there's a show dirt button to stop you from, like, to stop moments like these from happening. I just don't use it because I consider that, like, giving up. Like, that's a cheat button to me. I've done every job so far without pressing the show dirt button. And I don't want to stop here. My shoulder's starting to hurt. Actually, my shoulder's been hurting. I just haven't noticed it for like the past 3 hours. Adjusting my seat, I noticed it. Find dirt. Must find the dirt. You disturb the dirt. No, seriously, where's this dirt? That's a reflection. Does this bottom part count? No. That looks like sub. I would troll if there's like a spot on the rocks that's down here sticking out. I really wish I could just throw a water grenade at this thing. Got it. Ha ha. Ha ha. Stupid gnome fountain. Something is making gushing water sounds. It's making me have to go to the bathroom. Your place must be really clean if you're this intense about cleaning the game. Yeah, obviously my place is clean. That's why there's no camera this time, because you guys just couldn't handle how clean my place is. Like, on a scale of 1 to clean, the cleanliness is just insane. Ha 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 ha. I entered concentration mode. I'm sorry, what? What are we talking about? Alright, Sir Gnome statue. You can stop being dirty now. Be clean. Clean, I say. There we go. Alright, so now we have a problem. Because that was the last thing, and my checklist still hasn't popped up. Which means I missed some stuff. So I can either pull up the list, or I can do the barbaric way, just look around until something in the top left corner is not filled. Aha! I saw something here. I'm seeing something. There it is. Lower basin edge. Alright, lower basin base. That's the edge. Okay. So give me the... You. You're the edge right here. Okay. Alright. That's one. The checklist still hasn't popped up. How old are you? I'm 31. Anything on this side? Something. I'm seeing something right there. Lower basin wall. Right here. Okay. Ah, I saw something else. Lower basin edge, and there was something else too. Lower basin wall. Got the edge. Got the wall. Edge right here. edge and wall. Again, jeez, I just missed all of these. Again? The checklist still hasn't popped up. So, Shady, are you from the South, or I'm originally from Florida? Some people don't count that as the South. Okay. Still missing a bunch. We're missing at least 4. Because the checklist will pop up when there's 3 or less. The year is 2099. There's no more clean water in the world. Nestle owns the last remnants of clean drinkable water. People stumble upon this game and are annoyed that the water is infinite. Yeah. There we go. Wow, it's all on the outer walls. Everything else on the inner walls is done. Alright, so an outer wall. So let's find that one. That's just a matter of walking around. I'm trying not to blink, but it hurts. There it is. I saw it. I saw it. Well, pillar decoration. That wasn't what I was looking for. And then outer wall decoration. And that will be it. Unfortunately, I wanted the last thing to be up here because I like when it takes a picture of me in mid-jump as if I'm Spider-Man or something. So I want to go up here before we see the job. Yeah. All right. Now let's see what we did. And then I turned the shadows off. I can't believe it kept track of that. So technically you're a shady Florida man in a do-rag. Basically, yes. All right, dudes and dudettes, we are going to call it there at 4 hours. Oh, man. I hope you guys had fun. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Oh, man. I need to rest my neck. For some reason, I got creak in it. Don't forget, there is a video coming out tomorrow, so look forward to that. It'll probably make some people mad. It'll probably make some of you excited. We shall see. We shall see. I hope everybody had fun. I had fun. Thanks for all the birthday wishes. Thanks for all the super chats. Greatly appreciate all of you guys, and I will see if I can continue to bring you guys some more content. A very merry on birthday to all of you whose on birthday it is, and to those of you who's not your on birthday. Well, maybe next time. All right. This has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. It had to be the same. Goodbye.